This is Forge, a full-stack agentic app builder where users describe any idea in plain English. The agent thinks, updates files, and a live working app appears in the browser instantly. You get a file explorer, a code editor, and a live preview. It even installs the right packages automatically based on what your app needs. Like in this case, I asked it to add animations inside of my app and it added framer motion. When the sandbox catches a runtime or compile time error, a red banner appears in the preview tab. When you click on Fix with AI, it injects the exact error plus your current context straight back into the LLM and fixes your error. Free users get 10 monthly credits to try it right away, while starter and pro plans unlock more credits and powerful features like this improve with AI, where an agent spins up server side with two tools, one to patch the files surgically and one to end the agent loop cleanly. The agent's reasoning streams live into the chat. This agentic flow enables our app to give much more high quality output. You can even attach an image using this paperclip button right here. The AI uses it as a design reference and can embed it directly in the generated app. Every generation is saved in the workspace. Full message history, all file contents, all dependencies, all stored in our PostgreSQL database. Your projects page shows all your previous apps so you can access them instantly. And when you're done, you can hit export and it packages your entire app into a zip file ready to run locally or deploy wherever you want. Along with this fully responsive and beautiful user interface that we will be building using Next.js and Shadcn UI. Agentic AI is the most in-demand skill right now, and this is a tutorial that will teach you how to actually build with it. Alright, so open VS Code over here and let's quickly go on and initialize a brand new Next.js app. So I'm going to say npx create next app at latest and press enter. It's asking us to proceed. Yes. What is your project name? I already opened this inside of this app builder folder right here. So I'm just going to press dot. If you happen to enter some name over here, it will take that name and create a folder right here, right? So I'm going to press enter. Now, what would you like to use? Like recommended settings, TypeScript, this. Yes, I guess we can use this. Let's just click on no customize settings. Would you like to use TypeScript? Yes. ESLint, yes. React compiler, no. Tailwind CSS, yes. SRC directory, no. App router, yes. Import LIS, no. Agents.md, we don't need it. So I'm going to say no right here. And then it's going to go on and install all the dependencies and create a brand new Next.js app right here in this folder. So let's wait. There we go. It is done. Let's go on and try to run this. I'm going to say npm run dev and press enter. Okay, this is running. So we need to open this link right here inside of our browser. Let's wait. See, it will look something like this. Now, all of this right here, you will find this code inside this app folder, inside this page.tsx. And in Next.js, there's this format. For every route, there's a layout file and a page file and a couple of more files, optional files. So layout file basically wraps everything that is inside of this page.tsx. So what I'll do, I'll just get rid of everything right here. I'll just have a simple div and I'll say, subscribe to Roadside Coder, which you should right now if you haven't yet. Right, let me remove the import and save and let's go on and check. Yes, there we go. Subscribe to Roadside Coder. Awesome. Now, one more thing. To style our app, we are going to be using something called as Shadcn UI. So just go to Google and search Shadcn UI. Let's click on right here. And there we go. So basically Shadcn UI provides us with pre-built components that we can use in some parts of our application. Like for example, if I show you, this is our deployed app. You can see this is a badge component right here, right? This is a button component. All of these are the button components, right? So different components that we can use from Shadcn UI inside of our application. Okay. So to install it, I'm going to click on view components. Let's go to installation and I'm going to choose Next.js right here. So simply we're going to be running npx shadcn at latest init. So just copy it up, go back to our terminal. Let's open a new terminal right here and I'm going to paste it right here. Proceed. Yes. It's going to ask us to select a component library. We're going to select base. Here you have a bunch of presets to choose from. I'm going to choose Vega. You can, find all of these different presets right here in their documentation as well. And now it is installing dependencies. All right, now let's see if we go back to our documentation right here, there must be some sort of example. They've given card example over here, but let's just do one thing. I'm going to go for button over here. And if you go down, you'll see this command right here to install the button. So just copy it up and paste it right here. And you'll notice that this will create this components folder. And inside this, there's this UI folder over here. So let me show you. This UI folder where it will create all of its components. So basically these are pre-built components that if we want, we can modify over here as well. me just make it a little bit smaller. So if we want to use these components inside of our app, let me show you. Over here, instead of this div, actually inside of it, I'm going to bring in a button component and make sure to import it from add component /UI. So over here, let me just paste this text right here. And now if we go on and check, yeah, there we go, something like this. And if you go back to your documentation, you will see there's something called as variant as well. So there's different variants over here. Also size, like this is the default variant, outline variant, secondary. So there's something called destructive variant as well. So why don't we go on and use this? So if you just say variant over here, inside this, you can say destructive, and this will turn red now. See, this looks awesome. Now, similar to this, we are going to be installing a bunch of different more components from Shadcn UI. So I'm going to say npx shadcn add, and let me just install it right now, because later on we'll have to install it one by one. So I'll just install badge, dialog for modals and stuff, drop down menu. I'll say sonar for toasts and all, tabs, and text area, and press enter. Looks like it gave us some error because I said test area instead of text area. So now let's press enter. There we go. This is done. Now what I want to do, I want to go on and work on our layout.tsx. So this is the file that wraps whole of our app. And you can see there are a bunch of fonts that they've taken right here, like Gist, Mono, Enter, etc. I'm going to bring in my own fonts. So instead of these, I'm going to bring LoRa and DM Sans, right? These are more like modern fonts and used in a lot of new applications these days. So let's just remove it. And we're going to take these weights over here and styles as well. And we're going to use font serif wherever we want to import this, and font sans wherever we want to import this font, right? So also over here, you can give the title and description for your app as well. Like for example, for the title, I can say Forge AI App Builder. You can provide some description over here as well. And over here in the HTML, I'm going to get rid of this whole thing. Here, I'll just say suppress hydration warning, so that we don't get unnecessary hydration warnings right here. And inside this, in the body tag, this is where we will be importing both of those fonts. So here in the backtick, I'll have a template string called LoRa dot variable, and I'll have DM sans dot variable. Font sans is going to be the default font for our application. Now if we go back to our app, you'll see our font look a little bit different, right? Now one more thing I want right here is I want my app in dark mode, right? So just go back to Shadcn UI. Let's search dark mode. Now click on Next.js. Now we need to install Next-themes. So I'm gonna paste it right here inside of our terminal. There we go, it is done. After this is asking us to create this theme provider.tsx component. So inside of our components, outside of UI folder, I'm gonna create this theme provider.tsx. And again, guys, this is one-time thing, so you don't need to worry about it much. This is just some boilerplate code that we have to add inside of our application to configure it. After that, we have to wrap whole of our app in this theme provider. So inside of layout.tsx, inside of the body tag over here, I'm going to paste it and wrap our children like this, and let's import it from the components folder. Okay, and see, now our app is in dark mode, and this button is a little bit darker shade of red, right? So default theme you can put over here, let's say dark. Yep, that's better. Now it will be consistently in the dark mode. Now we want to wrap this children inside of the main tag like this, right? And above this, we can add the header component. So I'll say header like this. Obviously, this does not exist yet. So we're going to create a new file right here for header.tsx, just like this. I'm going to say RAFCE, there's the header, and I'm going to import it right here. There we go. We can see the header right here like this. All right, so now let's go on and actually build this header a little bit. So before that, what I want you guys to do is just go to link in description down below for my GitHub repository and click on this public right here. And you will find two logo files over here. So just copy it up. This one is for the main logo. No, I think this is a short one. And this other one is the main logo for the header. So let's just copy both of these. So there it is, logo short and logo PNG. I have also included one more file here, logo short 2 without the background. This one will be used as a favicon icon. So if you want, you can go to any background remover. Just Google background remover and just provide it with this image, and it will remove the background. If possible, I'll also try to add this in the GitHub repository. We can also remove all of these other files right here. We are not going to be needing them, so let's just delete. Cool. One thing is in layout.tsx, what I want you to do is right here in the metadata, it provides you with a bunch of things, as you can see right here, and one of those things is icons over here. Inside of this, you can add the icon to your app. So here I'll just provide slash logo short 2, the one with no background, just like this one, right? So let's save this and have a look. We refresh our app. Nothing seems to have happened. Let me just go on and restart my app actually. So I'm going to stop this. I'm going to stop the server and start. I also actually realized that I did not add .png in the end. So now, for some reason it's not working. I don't know. Maybe it has cached this Vercel logo over here. Maybe later on it will appear, because as you can see in our deployed app, it's working fine. So no worries. We will, worry about this later on when we go on to deploy it. Regardless, inside of our header right here, let's name this tag as header. And inside of over here, I'm going to be having a nav tag as well. First of all, I'm going to be adding the logo right here. So I'm going to add a link tag, which will take us to the home page. So I'll say href. And let's import this link from next/link. It will take us to slash. Instead of it, I'm going to provide the image tag again from next/image. All of these are Next.js tags. This will take the src, which is going to be our logo file. So logo.png. Apart from that, we will have the alt tag. Let's add the name of our app. So Forge, or just say Forge logo. Let's provide it with the height and width of 100, and also some class name of height to be 9, width to be auto, rounded to be medium, just like this. Let's have a look how it looks. There we go, something like this. Nice. Let's provide this header with some class names. So I'll say fixed right here. Top to be 0, left to be 0. Oops, top is going to be 0, not 9. Z index is going to be 50, so that this remains on the top. We're going to provide it some height of 16, some border of bottom, and it will be white. So border white with 5% transparency, 6 actually. Background will be white as well, /7 transparency. Then I'll say backdrop blur. That means whatever that will come behind it, we will blur it, and you can provide intensity as well. So I'll say medium. Okay, now when it comes to nav, I'll say class name, margin horizontal to auto, so that everything is in the very middle. Display flex, height to be full, max width to be 7xl, items to be center, justify to be between, some padding horizontal to be 4, and in the bigger screens, padding horizontal to be 6. Let's have a look. See, something like this. Since it's fixed behind it, so you can see this button is getting hidden. So what we can do in the page.jsx, we can provide it with some class name, and you can say something like padding top to be 40. So now, yes, it is perfectly fine. Nice. Now in the header, below this link right here, I'm going to show a div with display flex, items to be center vertically, and gap to be 5. Now inside this div, we are going to be adding things like the link to the projects page, the upgrade button, sign in button, sign up button, etc. Right? So over here, I'm going to adding a link which will take us. So I'll say href/projects. Instead of it, I'm going to say projects. Let's provide this with a class name, text to be 13 pixel, font medium, text white to be 40% opacity, transition colors. On hover, I'll say text white to be 80% opacity. Save this and have a look. So right here, yep, we can see projects over here. But why does it look something like this? It should be full. In the header, let's just say width to be full. And have a look. Yep, something like this. Awesome. Now, after this projects, we can also have a button, or a span tag basically, which will show us the credits that are left inside of our account. So for now, I'll just temporarily add something like this. Let's say 3 out of 40 credits, something like this. We can also add an icon before it, like a zap icon. So this will be already installed from Lucid React. It comes with Shadcn UI. So height and width to be 3, fill white color to be 70% opacity. In the span, I'll give class name of inline flex, height to be 8, items to be center, gap of 1.5, rounded to be full, some border and border white. This will have 10% opacity. Oops, over here 10% opacity, and after that I'll have some background white with 5% opacity, some horizontal padding, text to be small, text white to be 70%. Let's have a look. Yep, see, something like this. We can also provide some gaps between them actually so that it looks a bit more clean. Yep, something like this. Cool. So now actually before working more on this header, what I would like to do is I would like to implement authentication inside of our application. So click the link in description down below and you will land on Clerk. And this is a complete user management platform. And you guys already know that I absolutely love using Clerk. It makes our job super easy when it comes to adding whether authentication or billing, organization, whatever inside of our application, right? And it's slowly becoming the first choice for a lot of startups and even bigger companies as well at this point, right? So you can see this is how it helps us. Like if I want to provide sign up component to our app, we just have to add this component, sign in for user button, something like this, user profile, even for waitlist as well, right? So super convenient. So let's go on and click on sign in right here. And I'm going to sign in with Google. There we go. I am in. Now we need to provide the name of our application. I'm going to say Forge. Then you can select the provider right here. So I'm going to select email and Google for now. And see, this is how it will look inside of our app. So click on create application. After this, it will give you all of these different options right here. We are going to be using Next.js. So let's go on and install Clerk inside of our application by copying this command from over here. Let's go to our terminal and paste it right here. Meanwhile, this is installing. Let's see, we need to set our Clerk API key. Okay, let's copy it up. And here I'm going to be creating a .env file inside of the root of our project. So over here, I'm going to be pasting it up. Great, let's close this. Apart from this, we need to also create this proxy.ts file inside of our app. So I'll say new file, proxy.ts, and paste it right here, something like this. This will make sure that Clerk runs first before your app runs so that it can verify if user is signed in or not. After this, we need to wrap whole of our app in this Clerk provider. So, okay, I'll go to my layout.tsx file, and here on the top, I'm going to be adding this Clerk provider and wrap whole of my app with this. Now we can import this Clerk provider from add_clerk/Next.js. Now, after this, you can see they've given some examples over here on how we can go on and add sign in and sign up buttons. So what I'll do, I'll just copy this whole thing up until this point and go back to our header component. So right here and right below this, actually, I'm going to paste it. So basically we have this show component over here. Make sure to import from add_clerk/Next.js. When user is signed out, it will show this UI, that is the sign in button. Again, comes from Clerk. Both of these comes from Clerk. And when user is signed in, it will show the user button right here. And one thing I would like to add over here is in the mode, I'm going to say modal over here. So it shows us the modal on the same page itself for this one as well. Let's save this and go back and check. Here's our app. You can see sign in and sign up. If I click on sign in right here, see, it pops up this modal. Actually, what I'll like to do is I'm going to move both of these things. So I'll just take it and move it right over here. And I'll move both of these links and span inside of this show. When user is signed in, we only want to show this that time, right? So now you can see these are not visible, but let's go on and try to sign in. I'm going to continue with Google. Let's click on continue. And there we go. We are signed in, and there we go. We can see our user button as well. If you click on manage account, you have the complete pop-up right here where you can change your username, update your profile pic, etc., right? All of these things. So this is super helpful. If I click on sign out button, you can see we are signed out now. If you click on sign up, it will show us the option to sign up over here as well, right? So this is amazing. Now, if you're someone who would like to add separate pages for sign in and sign up, you can also do that. Let me show you. But first, let me just improve the UI for both the sign in and sign up buttons. So right here for this sign in button, instead of this being self-closing, I'll do something like this and add a button component from Shadcn UI. So .ui/button. And inside of this, I'll simply say sign in. You can provide it with different variants, like for example, variant ghost, size to be small. So let's see something like this. We can also provide it more styles right here. So here I'm going to say class name. let's say something like this, the way we provided our project, right? So I'll just copy this whole thing up and we can paste it right here. And if I go back, see, it looks something like this. If I click on it, it still shows up the modal right here. But I'm going to get rid of these extra styles from over here. We don't really need them. I guess text white 40 is all I need. If I click on it, yes, this is fine. Now for our sign up button, let me just copy this up and paste it right here. I'm going to remove the variant ghost. And here I'll say get started, and I'll actually also have an arrow right icon over here with height to be 3, width to be 3, opacity to be 60. Let's have a look. Okay, it looks something like this. It's because this text is white right now. I'm going to be adding some height to be 8, rounded full, font semi-bold, and when it's going to be active, scale will be 95. So if I click on it, yes, something like this. We can also add actually some horizontal padding of 4. That looks much better. Probably some padding top of 2 as well. Let's just provide 1. How about 0.5? Yeah, that's more like it. Yeah, I think that looks fine now. Let's go on and sign in again. And there we go. It looks awesome. Great, let's move forward. All right, so now next, we want to go on and set up our database. And for that, we are going to be using Supabase. So click the link in the description down below and you will land on this page right here. Supabase is super popular and it is a PostgreSQL database along with a lot of other features as well. This is a complete package. And I'm pretty sure most of you would already know about what Supabase is all about, right? It provides us so many features out of the box like vector embeddings, data storage, which will be helpful for this video as well, the PostgreSQL database, authentication, edge functions, and so much more, right? And it is used by a lot of companies as well, right? So let's click on start your project and I'm going to click on new project over here. Let's give the name of our project. I'll say Forge. Let's create a database password right here and just save this password. We're going to be needing it later on. After database password, you can select your region. I'm going to keep Asia Pacific over here and click on create new project. There we go. We are in. Now, if you click on connect right here, you will see we have a bunch of different options over here. And the one that we are going to be using is ORM. That is, we're going to be using Prisma ORM to connect our app to Supabase. So actually, before that, we need to copy both of these things into our environment variable. So let's go to our environment variables right here, and I'm going to be pasting it. And you can see it's asking for our database password. So make sure the password that you copied earlier, you replace it over here and here as well. Okay, cool. Now, I think we're pretty much done over here. We need to install Prisma. So go inside of your terminal, npm install Prisma and also PG, that is Postgres. Enter. There we go. It is installed. Now I'm going to say npx Prisma init to initialize a brand new Prisma instance inside of our application. So notice after this is done, you'll notice that we have this Prisma folder right here with schema.prisma file created inside of it. And this is where we are going to be creating our whole schema, right? And apart from this, we have this prisma.config.ts file created right here. And over here, inside this database URL, you have to write direct _ URL here, which we are keeping inside of our environment variables, right? And yeah, with this, our database is configured. We're going to come back to this when we go on and plan our database. We're going to create all of the tables and all the different stuff, right? Now, next, let's add a couple of more things inside of our project. One of them is for our security and preventing our apps from external attacks, right? This is a very important thing for this type of app that we're building over here. We're going to preventing the unnecessary calls to our, generation API, someone making a lot of requests to our APIs, and in general, our app as well. We're going to prevent it from the unauthorized bots as well. So click the link in the description down below and you will land on Arcjet. And you can see application security that runs inside your code. And again, I have used Arcjet inside of so many projects on my channel in the past, right? You can see they've given a small demo over here as well. Check this out. It prevents us from the unauthorized tool calls, data exfiltration. It helps us prevent cost explosion and protects us with all of these different things. You can go on and explore this inside of their website. I'm going to click on sign up right here. And I'm going to log in with Google and I am in. Awesome. I'm going to click on new site right here. Let's name it Forge and click on create. There we go. Let's copy this Arcjet API key and add it inside of our env file right here. See, something like this, arcjet key equals this. If you're using some coding agent, you can add their skills to quickly create your app. But if you're like me and you're manually building any app, you can click on Next.js right here, and they've opened their documentation, and you can copy this command to install Arcjet inside of your project. So I'm gonna paste this npm install at arcjet/next. And again, we're gonna come back to it when we go on and add the security and all of different features inside of our application. There we go, Arcjet is installed. And guys, Arcjet is completely free to use as well. Now next, we need to set up one more thing, and this will help us to add the agentic ability inside of our application. And again, I've given the link to this in the description down below. This is Cline SDK. You may have heard of Cline before. This is a very popular coding agent, but recently they have released this Cline SDK. And as I was exploring it, I was exploring different SDKs for this video. I realized Cline SDK is super helpful, and I'll show you this in this video as well. You can see, you can simply import this agent, and it supports like Anthropic, Google, OpenAI, whatever API that you can think of. And this is completely open source and free to use. Right, so check this out. We have written the agent over here. We can providing DeepSeek V4 Pro model, and we can connect different services over here as well. Right, so this is super helpful. We're gonna install this as well. So just copy this command and paste it right here, and this will install Cline SDK inside of our application. Awesome, this is installed as well. Now let's take a step back and go on and build our landing page. You can see how beautiful our landing page looks. And I always say a beautiful landing page can decide if a recruiter will give you a callback for that dream job or not, right? Amazing. Let's get started. So just go to your app and click on this page.tsx right here. And this is where we are going to be building our landing page. Now, before that, what I want you to do is go to my GitHub repository from the link in the description down below. And there's this lib folder inside of it. And I want you to download this data.ts and constants.ts files, right? These are nothing, just some static data that we will be rendering inside of our landing page, right? So you can see I have already downloaded both of them right here. And constants, you can see we have this plan information and all. We will use it according to our need. So first of all, let's go on and create our landing page. So I'm going to get rid of this button right here, and let's call it main over here. And for the class name, I'm going to say minimum height to be screen. That is 100 viewport height. We'll provide it with some background. It's going to be sort of a shade of black. If you want, you can provide some different color as well. It's completely your choice. I'll say selection, background, white with opacity 20. So this is basically for styling the pseudo elements inside of this main tag or the texts and stuff. Now, first of all, we are going to be working on our hero section. So for that, I'm going to be having this section tag right here with class name relative, so that we can, align something in absolute form. Flex column, that is top to bottom, item center horizontally, overflow hidden, some padding horizontal, padding bottom, some padding top, so that we don't get hidden behind the header, and some text center. Okay. And here, let's just simply have a badge component from Shadcn UI. So I'll import it from add component/UI. Inside this, I'll simply write powered by Gemini 3.5 Flash. If you want, you can write it someone else, because like I written it because Gemini 3.5 was recently, introduced in Google I/O. So I thought it'll be something worth mentioning. You can write something like now in beta or something like that, right? And above it, I'll just add a div which will show a blinking dot. So I'm adding background emerald 400 with height and width to 1.5. And I'm adding animate pulse from Tailwind CSS and rounded. For this badge, let's give this the variant of outline and some class names of gap to be 2 between these, some padding of 4 around it, and backdrop blur to be small, right? So let's check it out. There we go. It looks awesome. But if you notice, inside of our app, we have this beautiful looking hero background right here, right? And if you go to the very bottom as well, behind the CT as well, we have something similar, right? So how do we go on and add this? So basically there's this library called animateui.com. I think this is also created on top of Shadcn UI. So if I click on get started, yep, you can see it shows us to install Shadcn UI and all first, right? We don't need to worry about all of these things. There are different components right here. Like if I go to components and if I scroll down, let's say backgrounds. Yes, there are different backgrounds over here. Beautiful looking backgrounds. and I have chosen this whole background over here. So see, something like this. Now initially I added it just like this, but later on I added some blur on top of it, so it started looking much better. And I changed a few colors and customized it a little bit. Again, it completely depends on you. If you want to add some of your own flavor to make it look a little bit different, you can add some of the other backgrounds from over here or use some other library if you want, right? I personally loved this, so I'm using this. So simply just copy this command and let's go right here and paste it and press enter. So again, this will work exactly like a normal Shadcn UI component, but you'll notice, okay, let's proceed. Yes. There we go. It is installed, and you can see that it has created this slash like animate UI folder slash component, etc. And if you go inside of it, this is the whole background right here, right? Now we can make a couple of changes over here. Like for example, removing this div at the very bottom, because this will create some horizontal lines in our UI. We don't want that. You can see there's this horizontal lines, right? And if you add it, it will, distort this a little bit. So this is much better. And we need to change a few colors over here as well. Let me see. If you scroll up a little bit, yeah, this is the color. I'm going to replace it with this 3B8. So this is like a bluish color, right? If you want to keep the original color, you can keep that as well. So I liked it to be in a little bit of bluish color. That's why I've added it. So why don't we go on and, add it inside of our app, and you'll see what I'm talking about. So actually before this badge over here, I'm going to say whole background. You can give it some stroke color with some blurriness that I've added right here. Actually, before adding this, let me just comment it out and just show you normally how this looks. So if I just add simple classes over here of absolute and aligning it with heightful and widthful, and if I save this up, and now let's go on and check. There we go. It looks a little bit weird, but you get the idea, right? This is how it is looking right now. Let me just fix it a little bit. So over here, I'm just going to be adding some styles like mask image. So basically what we're doing over here is we are saying we have to provide a linear gradient which starts from the top and goes to all the way to the bottom, right? So it basically starts with this color and goes transparent as it reaches the bottom, right? And to make it compatible, we've added WebKit mask image over here as well. See, yep, something like this. Currently it looks a little bit weird. I don't know why it's not full screen. I think it's because we have just added the badge over here. That's why it's not spanning fully. So let me just add hide screen for now. And yeah, there we go. This is how it's looking. And if I just uncomment this stroke color, you'll notice that it will add the blurriness as well. There we go. Now it looks much more classier and beautiful, right? We can remove the hide screen from over here. We don't want it to unnecessarily span. So we will go on and add the headings and stuff over here, and it will automatically span to whatever space that it needs. So first of all, in the H1, I'll just give it some class name of margin horizontal to auto, max width to be 3 XL, text balance, so we can wrap it, font serif that we added earlier, text to be 5 XL, leading tight, so that font is closer to each other, same with tracking tight as well. After this, in the bigger screens, the text will be 6 XL. In the larger screen, text will be 7 XL. Oops, text 7 XL. And Z index to be 10, so that it remains on the top. Okay, cool. Now inside this, we are going to be adding some headings. So if I show you in our deployed app, see something like this. And these are the headings or text that we are going to be using in multiple places inside of our application. So if I show you, like for example, here itself, we are using this here and here as well, here, right? So in bunch of different places, we're going to be using it. So why don't we go on and create a common component for this, right? So here inside of inside of components, I'm going to be creating a new file called reusables.tsx. So our titles are going to be in two parts. First, this one's going to be for the gray title. This one is a blue title. So we can create two components for it. So here in the reusables, I'm going to say export const gray title, and I'm going to take the children. That's everything that is going to be inside of it. Let's give it the type of React node. Let's import it from React. And inside of it, similar to this, we are going to be creating a blue title as well. So let's just rename it to blue title. For blue title, since it's going to be used in independent headings as well, we're going to give it some class name as a string. Let's provide it with the type over here as well. Inside this, simply, we're going to be just changing the style for this. we're going to be adding a gradient. So background linear to bottom right. That is, it will start from top left and go to bottom right. At font serif, I'll say from blue 300 via blue 400 all the way to blue 600. Background clip text and text transparent so that we can see it properly on top of the text, right? And then we can make use of this class name over here as well. So let's just do one thing like this, double quotes over here, and I'm going to wrap it something like this. And then inside of it, I'll have a template string of class name. That's all. Now, apart from these two, we also need something like this that we are going to be needing in multiple places. So we're going to create a component for this, and we'll also create a component which will combine both of these as well. So right here below the blue title, let me actually just replicate this and paste it right here. We're not going to be needing the class name over here. So let's get rid of it. Instead of span tag, we're going to have a p tag right here, which will simply say inline flex, items to be center, gap to be 2, text to be extra small, font semi-bold, some text blue 400, tracking to be this, a little bit closer to each other, uppercase, margin bottom to be 4. And then simply inside of it, I'm going to put a span tag, which is going to represent the dashes that you see on the left and right side. So both of the dashes and then the children in between. Right. And after this, simply we are going to be creating another component called section heading. This will take the gray text and the blue text. And inside of this, let me actually provide this with the type as well. So something like this. And inside of this, we are going to be having an h2. So I'll say return h2 with font serif, text clamp. And basically what this clamp means is how much size is going to be the minimum size for the text, maximum size, and the preferred size over here. Leading 1.1 and tracking tight. So inside of it, simply, I'm going to be rendering both of these components that we have just made, gray title and blue title. Cool. So we have created all 4 of such components. Let's go on and add it inside of our app. So right here inside of h1, I'm going to be adding the gray title, Forge Your Dream, and the blue title from a single prompt. Let's go on and see. There we go. It looks awesome. Let's move forward. And now you can see the background is extending along with this, the height of our hero section. After this, simply we're going to be having a paragraph tag, which will say describe what you want to build, AI writes code, etc., etc. Class name will be simply some horizontal margin, some margin top, max weight to be XL, that is around 576 pixel. Text balance, so that we can wrap the text when necessary. Text base, leading relaxed, and some text white to be 40% opacity with Z index to be 10. Let's see. Yep, something like this. Okay. Below it, we are going to be showing the box where we will be entering our prompt. Right. So let's just say prompt box right here. And then I'm going to be having a div over here. This will have the class name of relative, some margin horizontal, some margin top of 12 with max weight to be 2XL. And inside this div, we're going to have another div which will have class name, and we're going to be having multiple class names over here. So actually I'm going to be using a utility called CN, which comes from Shadcn UI. Inside this, I'm going to say rounded 2XL, some border with background, this little dark background, duration to be 200. And when we are focusing on this text box, so I'll say is focused, which we'll create in just a moment. Then we're going to say border white to be 20, ring to be 1, ring white to be 8% opacity. Otherwise, simply border white of 8. So what is this is focused? We're going to be taking this as a state right here. And since we're using the states here, this is going to be a client component. So use client. And actually, while we are at it, let's just take a couple of more states over here as well, like prompt for entering our prompt into the text box. Let's import the use state. Placeholder index, I'll explain you what this is, and set is focused. Apart from that, we're going to take a few more things like use auth, which comes from clerk. So this decides if user is signed in or not. Use router, which will help us to go to another route, and use ref to get the reference to any particular tag, right? In this case, we're going to take reference to text area ref. And HTML text area element, this is going to be the type of this ref right here. All right, so let's go back down there. And inside of this div, we are going to be taking our text area component. This text area will have the ref that we have created. So ref text area ref. Insert this value to be prompt that we will enter inside of it. I'll say on change set prompt to be the e.target.value that user is entering. Now on focus, I'm going to say set is focus is true, and on blur, that is when user clicks out of it, I'll say set is focus to be false. On key down, that is whenever user presses the key, what's going to happen? So let's write the logic for this first actually. So it's going to be very simple. We want to add the logic for enter and shift. So whenever user presses enter, we're going to trigger the handle submit function. So obviously this function does not exist. So we can just create it over here as empty. And if user enters shift plus enter, then obviously it will enable them to go to the next line. Now what happens when the user presses handle submit? First of all, we will check if prompt is not there, or if user is not signed in, then we're going to return it simply. Otherwise, we're going to push them to /workspace page with this prompt that user has entered for creating their app. And we're going to use something called as encode URI component so that it's properly compatible with the URL. Okay, cool. Let's go down here back again. And actually, first of all, let me check how it is looking right now. Also, make sure to import it from next/navigation, not next/router. Otherwise, this will throw you some error. See, there we go. This is how it looks. Right now, it's weird. See, it's in the very middle. So we have to properly provide it with some styles. So I'm going to say rows to be 1 and class name to be width full, resize none, background transparent, some horizontal, padding, some padding bottom, padding top, text to be small, placeholder color will be text white to be 20% opacity. On focus, outline will be none since we've already given the outline over there. And for the bigger screens, text will be base. I'll also provide this with some minimum height of 56, max height to be 200. So let's have a look. Yep. See, now it's looking much better. Now what I want to do over here is I want to add the placeholder effect so that we can show multiple prompts that user can enter. So I'm going to say placeholder is going to be this placeholders that we have imported from atlib/data.tsc. It will provide us with all of this array of placeholders, and we're going to be using this placeholder index right here to change them. So let's write the logic for this actually. So for rotating the placeholder, I'm going to take a use effect right here, and I'm going to check if the user has focused inside of the text box and there is no prompt, right? If there's any prompt, we're going to return it. Or if user has not focused, that is, if it is focused, then we're not going to do anything. And then we're going to run a set interval over here. So I'm going to say set placeholder index. Inside this, I'm going to take each and every index right here, and then I'm going to add 1 inside of it, mod the length of placeholder so that it will go something like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, right? And then in the return, I'm going to clear the interval so that it does not slow down our app. And it's going to be triggered if is focused or prompt changes. Let's have a look. I think this should work now. See, there we go. This looks awesome. So right now it's an expense tracker with monthly breakdowns, but I feel like it's not changing. Let's have a look. So here it is. How about we try to refresh our app once? So let's wait to see if this changes or not. Okay, yeah, now it's in. I think earlier I clicked on it, so it was focused. That's why it was not changing. We are also actually going to be adding one more effect right here. So I'll take the text area ref.current that we have added the ref inside of it, and I'll say if there's nothing inside of it, then return it. Oops. Otherwise, as user types inside of our text area, what you want to do is want it to grow with respect to that, right? So I'll say el.style.height match.min el.scroll height. Otherwise, we're going to keep it as 200 pixels, right? So now if I show you, see, this is what this is, our text box. If I just start writing inside of it some random gibberish, let's write further. Yep. See, it started to grow as we went on to the next line. So this is super cool. Let's add more things inside of this div, like some instructions for users, like right below this. I'm going to be having a div with flex, item center, justify between, some border top, border white, some horizontal vertical padding. And inside of this, I'm going to be having a span tag. I'll say press enter to generate, shift plus enter for new line, which is providing them with some instructions right here. And if user is signed in, then we're going to show a button component from add component slash UI, which will simply say generate. Otherwise, we are going to be showing the sign in button over here. So I'll just say generate, and I'll say we're gonna show this sign in button, something like this with arrow right, just like we've done in our header, right? So nothing new over here. For this button right here, I'm going to say on click, handle submit, disabled. If prompt is not provided, then this will be disabled. Class name, height to be 8, rounded full, some horizontal padding, font semi-bold, and variant. If prompt is there, then we're going to show default variant, otherwise secondary variant. Let's have a look. So see, something like this. If I enter anything inside of it, awesome. If I, log out the user, it should show us, see, the sign in modal. Awesome. So this is working flawlessly. Now, right below this, we want to show some, prompt suggestions to the user. So right below this div, I'll have another div right here, class margin top to be 4, flex wrap, justify center, and gap to be 2. And inside of this div right here, what I'll do, I'll take the suggestions from this data.ts that we have taken earlier. So this suggestions over here, see all of these different suggestions. So I'll just say suggestions.map, make sure to import suggestions. And I'm going to render a simple button over here with this handle suggestions function that we will create in just a moment. And the class name rounded to be full, border white, some background white, some horizontal and vertical padding. I'm not going to go much in depth into, Tailwind stuff because I hope that you guys are able to do it. Let's focus more on understanding the logic right here. Text to be extra small, text white to be 40% transparency or opacity. Some hover classes for background and border, right? So let's have a look. Yep, something like this. Awesome. Now what do you want? When I click on it, it should fill inside of over here. And obviously you guys can customize it according to you. So let's get this handle suggestions function right here, something like this. I'll just take the string that we clicked on and I'll say set prompt to be this, text area ref to be text area ref.current.focus, so that we can focus on the text box after we have clicked on it. Right, and I guess apart from it, the only things remaining is we can just say no credit card required, 10 free generations on sign up, right? That is what free users get. Let's see. Yep, there we go. That's the text. And yeah, with this, our hero section is completed and it looks amazing. And again, you guys can customize it according to you. Let's move on to our next section, which is going to be, let's have a look, this thing. So we're going to show a mock UI right here. So this is a very popular, practice nowadays that people follow. Now there's a lot of headache creating, UI like this. So I guess the best way to go about something like this is to, just generate it using AI, right? You don't need to spend unnecessary time on this. So for example, like whatever agent that you're using over here, you can prompt it something like this. Like in this case, I've added a static browser mockup in a new section showing the app's workspace UI, a fake browser Chrome with traffic light dots and URL bar, blah, blah, blah. According to you, right? I just, prompted ChatGPT to create me a fake UI for my app builder application and gave me this prompt. Now I'm using this prompt to basically input it inside of my Copilot right here and click on send. Let's see. Okay, so looks like it has started working on this. Let's wait. There we go. Looks like it has created something over here. It's quite long. Let's click on keep and have a look what it does, like what it did. All right, there we go. This is how it looks. It's quite nice. It is showing me a chat interface with, an interface of the app being created right here. Awesome. If you want, you can, adjust it according to you, make it smaller, like the chat window smaller, just like it's over here. But, things like this, you don't need to worry much about these. Better to generate it with AI. Let me do this. So chat messages, here it is, the left panel, right? So width is going to be, let's say 2 by 3. And similarly, I guess for the other div as well, I'll provide it to be. So, okay, so this will be 2 by 3 and this will be 1 by 3. So let's save this and have a look now. Yep, that's much better. Great. Let's work on the section below it, which is going to be our features section. Okay, nice. Let me just shrink this section. It's way too big. So right below it, I'll just say section. And actually, we can close this as well. I'll say class name, some padding horizontal, padding bottom to be 32. Inside this, we will be using our section label that we have created inside of reusables and section heading as well. So section heading takes gray and blue. So I'll say from prompt to production. Section label will say everything you need. So now you'll notice, see, this is how it looks. How beautiful. Now below it, we are going to be rendering all of our features, right? So I'll have a div right here with the class name of margin horizontal to auto, grid, because these are going to be rendering in grid, max width to be 5 pixel, grid, columns to be 1, that is each one of them will have 1 column, gap to be pixels, that is 1 pixel. After this, I'll say overflow hidden, rounded to be 2 pixel, border white, some background white, like simple styles, right? Inside of this, or this div, I'll have curly braces and I'll import features from the data. So let me show you. See, these are the features with icon, label, and description. So these icons obviously come from Lucid React, right? So, and again, you guys can customize it according to you. I'll say features.map. Inside of this, I'm going to map through it, and we're going to be taking out the icon. Let's rename it to icon, label, and description. And then I'm going to return the div. I'll say key to be label, class name to be group, background to be black, some padding on hover this background. And then inside of this div, first of all, I'm going to be rendering my icon, then the label and the description. So these are like pretty straightforward, right? Just simple HTML. That is what we are rendering over here. See, something like this. After this, we are going to be having the how it works section, I guess. Let's see. Yes, how it works. So 4 steps to a working app. Then we're going to show the pricing, our CTA, and then our footer. Okay, let's start working on these. It's going to be, again, very similar to what we have done right here. So let me just copy this whole section and paste it after this. So over here, I'll say how it works, 4 steps to a working app. And then right here in this div, instead of this class name, I'll just say margin horizontal to auto and max width to be 3 pixel. And let's get rid of this features right here. We're going to be rendering steps in place of this. So I'll say steps, make sure to import it, dot map. I'll take each and every step along with the index. And then inside of it, let's render this. So I'll just have parentheses and I'll add a div over here to render a div. I'll say key to be step dot number, class name to be flex, gap to be 6. Inside of this div, I'll have another div right here with class name to be flex, flex column, items to be center. And then inside of this, we're going to be rendering all the steps numbers one by one. So to wrap them, we're going to have a div, class name flex, height to be 10, weight to be 10, item center, justify center, rounded full, border white. And then we're going to render our step dot number. So let's have a look how this looks. Oh, not this, over here. Yes, something like this. Now below this div right here, I'm going to be rendering the step label and step description. So simply step label, step description with some padding bottom, padding top to be 1.5. Let's have a look. Yes, this looks awesome. And also we're going to be adding the lines over here in between, right? So right after this div, I'm going to have this div with margin top to be 2, height to be full, width to be 1 pixel, and background white to be 6% opacity. So we're going to be rendering it up until steps.length -1. So now you'll notice it looks something like this. Great. All right, let's move on to the next section. So I'll just again copy this whole thing up right here and paste it over here. Now this is going to be our pricing section. Obviously we have not configured our pricing yet. So I'll just keep it as empty for now. We will just provide it with the section label and heading of simple pricing, start free, scale when ready, and just simply a paragraph tag below it. No credit card required, upgrade or downgrade anytime. And then inside of this div is where we're going to be rendering our pricing table. Let's comment it out for now. Let's see how it looks. Yep, something like this. And let's add the CTA. So right below this section, I'll have another section. Again, similar classes, relative, MX auto, some margin bottom, etc., etc. And inside this section, I'll provide my whole background that we have provided on the top, just like this. So I'll just copy it and paste it right here. Let's see how this looks first. I think, yeah, it's looking something like this. See how beautiful and professional it looks. Now, below it, we're going to be rendering the heading for our CTA, that is start building for free. So section heading, gray will be start building, blue for free, And below it, we can add a few more things, whatever you like for example, a paragraph tag, which will say, get 10 generations free on sign up, no credit card required. And then below it, we can show a sign in button if user is already not signed in. So I'm just going to show this sign in button. Mode is going to be modal, a button with chevron right icon, which will say get started for free. And then right below this section, we can have a simple footer as well for our app, which will say made with love by roadside coder. And this will have relative, z-index 10. So basically what we want to do is we want to align it in the very center with some border top. So let's have a look. This will look fine, I guess. Okay, what is the issue right here? Let me have a look. So it's giving us the hydration error. Let me just refresh it. It should be fine now. Yes, now it is fine. Okay, cool. So our pricing is remaining over here, obviously. So you know what I'm thinking is, why don't we go on and configure our pricing right here while we are at it. But before moving forward, if you're preparing for interviews, you can definitely go and check out my front-end interview preparation course. This is the only thing that you will ever need to prepare for your front-end interviews. And not only this, I've covered every single topic of React.js, like React Router DOM, Redux, all of the hooks, class-based component, function-based component React, even the performance optimization, which is asked from senior developers a lot, tons of machine coding questions as well, and obviously in-depth interview preparation course on JavaScript as well. And not just this, along with this course, you get an active Discord community where you can ask your doubts whenever you get stuck, and we will be there to help you. So click the link in the description down below, because right now we're having the biggest sale of the year for a very limited time. So don't forget to check it out. Or you can also scan this QR code on your screen to go directly to the course page. So let's go to Clerk and go to billing tab over here and click on enable billing. Now we're gonna make this like enable billing and click on create plan. Now here we can create multiple plans. Like for example, you would see a free plan has already been created for us. So we can let's say add some description right here, start building, no credit card required. And then over here we can add some features as well. So I'll click on add feature and let's say 10 generations per month. Click on create feature. Let's add another feature over here for live preview, create feature, and one more for export to zip file. Okay, let's save this. Let's go back and create another plan. This one, let's call it starter. We can provide description like for developers who build regularly. If you want, you can add some free trial over here as well. This is something that I really like about Clerk billing. And monthly base fee, we can put it as $9. If you want, you can also introduce an annual package as well. For this one, I'll add features of, let's say, 50 generations per month, create feature. Then we will have live preview, export to zip, and also we can have image uploads inside of our chat. So click on create feature. Let's see. Okay, so only 2 have been added. Let's add more. So I want 50 generations, live preview, export to zip, image uploads. Yep, this looks good. Click on save. Let's create another plan for pro users. So I'll call it pro. Let's give description of for power users who ship fast. Monthly base fee, we can keep, I don't know, $29, something like this. And let's add the features. So I'll click on add feature. Pro users get 150 generations per month. They also get the priority AI for the faster response. And like I showed you in the intro, the improvement feature, right? So that is the Forge AI agent for the improvement of our app, and for fixing the errors, we will also be using that AI agent. Create feature. Let's add more over here. So I'll select all of these things that apply. Yep, something like this. Let me just rearrange them something like this and click on save. Let's go to billing settings. And yeah, I think pretty much everything is configured. So over here, you can select your payment gateway. Clerk payment gateway is already set up so that you don't have to do anything by yourself. So now what we can do right here below this, I'm going to be adding. So let me just go to this section over here where we're supposed to add the pricing table. I'll simply give it the pricing table component from Clerk. That is it. You don't have to do anything. And we're putting these checkout props over here so that our checkout slider appears on the top. So let me show you how it looks. If I scroll down, yep, there we go. Something like this. Probably we have to increase the width. So max width can be 5XL so that we can accommodate all 3. Yep, this is how it looks. Awesome. I want to add one more thing. So when the user is signed in, so let me just sign in. When we click on these credits right here, I want to show the pop-up, right, for the pricing. So let's create the modal for this as well. Let me see. So this is going to be in the header, right? So header.tsx. And by the way, we have successfully created our landing page now with all of the elements. So right here in the, this is the place, I guess. Yeah, this is it. Over here, we are going to be wrapping this with something called as pricing modal, something like this, right? Obviously pricing modal does not exist. So let's create the component for it. Right here in the components, I'll create a new file called pricing modal.tsx, RAFCE, pricing modal. Yep. Let's save this. This pricing modal is going to take two props. One is children and other the reason for update or upgrade. We will add the types for this as well in just a moment. But in the header, let me just import this pricing modal first. And we are going to be using a dialog component over here in the pricing modal. So let's write the type for it. So I'll just say pricing modal props, children will be react node, and reason can be either credits or upgrade. That is when user has exhausted their credit while chatting, or when they're choosing to explicitly upgrade. So I'll say colon pricing modal props. And right here, actually, inside of it, first of all, let's just write the messages for either of these reasons. So I'll say title. If reason is credits, then you're out of credits. Otherwise, upgrade your plan. If the description is credits, then we're going to say you've used all your credits, upgrade. Otherwise, we're going to say choose a plan that fits how much you build. Right? Cool. All right. Now, inside of it, we want the dialog component from Shadcn UI. So let's go back to Shadcn UI docs and choose the dialog. Yep, this one. This is it. So this is how we're going to be using it. Let's copy this whole thing up and paste it right here after return. Make sure to import everything from ./UI. Dialog trigger, dialog content, dialog header, dialog title, and dialog description as well. Wait, I think, yeah, I've incorrectly imported this. So again, import it from ./UI. Okay, cool. When it comes to the trigger, we want to wrap our children in this trigger. That is, whenever we click on this trigger, it will show the pop-up of this dialog content. So let me show you now. If I go back to my app, if I click on pricing modal over here, okay, it should not show the pricing modal. Wait, let me just refresh it. There it is. When I click on it, there we go. Something like this. Now, let's style this. So for our dialog content, I'll give the class name of border white to be 8% opacity, some background, padding, text white. In the bigger screens, max width to be 6XL, max height to be 90, viewport height, overflow, Y to be auto. For the header, I'll say padding horizontal to be 6, some padding top, and padding bottom to be 2. Now when it comes to our dialog title over here, I'm going to say this title. That is this title according to the reason, right? And we're going to render this blue title that we have created earlier, if you remember. Similar to this for our description, I'm going to be rendering the description that we have taken up there, right? So now if I show you, if I click on it, see, this is how it looks. Let's render a pricing table below it. So just like we have done in the landing page, over here, right below the header, I'm going to use this div with some horizontal padding and some padding bottom and some pricing table component over here with the same checkout props as well. Let's go on and check. If I click on this, yep, this is how it's looking right now. Great. By the way, I can see this is smaller, like the first letter is smaller. So what we can do, we can click on manage plans right here and we can update the title according to us. So save it. Same for Pro as well. Let's save it. And it honestly feels like a magic how awesome it works. All of these things come out of the box of Clerk. So I'm not going to go on and subscribe it for now. Let's just click on and test it. Yep, this is looking good. I'll subscribe it when we go on and add the logic for syncing the user information inside of our database, right? Which we are going to be doing next. All right, now finally, let's go on and create our database. So we already installed Prisma right here, right? And we have also connected it with Supabase using this direct URL right here, right? So first of all, let's understand how our database is going to look like. So check this out. These are the two tables that are majorly going to be inside of our app. First is workspace and other one is user for storing all the user details like ID, clerk ID, name, email, image URL, credits, plan, and created at and updated at. And for our workspace, it will have a title, the user ID, which is going to be a foreign key, which will connect to that particular user. all of the list of our messages that we will send to that agent or the agent send to us, and the file data which will contain our complete project. This will be a JSON which will contain all the dependencies, all of the code, different files, etc. Right? Cool. So this is pretty straightforward. Why don't we go on and create the models for it? So right here in schema.prisma, I'm going to say model and user right here. Inside this, first of all, I'll have the ID just like this, which is going to be a string and a primary key. So I'll say string and say at ID. So this means basically this will generate a default ID right here. So I'll say at default value and I'll say CUID right here. You can use UUID or CUID, whatever that you wish to use over here. So basically, if you click on over here, you can see it shows us that generate a globally unique identifier based on CUID spec. You can read more about what's the difference between CUID and UUID. After this, we will also store the clerk ID over here, which is going to be a string and obviously unique. Then the name of the user, email of the user, which is also going to be unique, and the image URL, which is going to be coming from clerk. We can also update it inside of clerk as well. We will keep credits over here. That is, we will provide them with 10 free credits to get started. We will also have the plan, which is going to be a string, and default plan will be free when user logs into our platform, right? And I'm going to say created at date time, default to be now, and updated at whenever we update anything inside of our table. After this, we will keep all of our workspaces right here. So I'll say workspaces and provide this with the workspace table, which obviously we have not created yet. So I'll say model workspace, and inside of it, we will create all of those different fields like ID, again, same ID, default CUID, title, user ID. Now, user ID is a foreign key, right? As I told you. So this will have the relation. So at relation, and I'm going to say fields to be user ID, and this belongs to the ID which is inside of the users table. So this user table, right? This is how you basically connect the foreign keys. And on delete cascade, that means if the user is deleted from our database, all of the workspaces related to the user will also be deleted. After this, we are going to be having messages, which is going to be a JSON format. By default, it will be an empty array. Then simply, we're going to have the file data, as I already told you, it's going to be JSON, created at, updated at, and we're going to put an index over here so that it gets easier to find this workspace with respect to the user ID, because we're going to make the database calls with respect to the user ID, right? So that's why. Cool, then why don't we go on and push the changes to our database. So to do that, let's go to our terminal. I'll say npx prisma generate, press enter. There we go. Our schema is generated, but now what we need to do, I'll say npx prisma migrate. This will actually push it inside of our database. So I'll say dev, and you can provide a message over here. So I'll say dash name. Let's say create model. Press enter. It says can't reach database over here. Let's have a look. We have added everything right here. Let's open our Supabase. So here it is. It should potentially work. Let me just try to do it again. Let's try doing this just like this for once. Press enter. Also, sometimes it happens that if you just use your mobile hotspot instead of your Wi-Fi, it also works then. This is a recurring issue with, when you connect Prisma with Supabase. It happens sometime, not every time. So let's see if it works. There we go. It worked. Now I'll just say create models, press enter, and it is applying the migration. And let's see. There we go. It is synced now. Let's go back to our database and go to the table editor. And there we go. We have the user table and the workspace table over here as well. Great. All right. Now next, to make the queries to our database, we are going to be creating a Prisma file right here in the lib. I'll say prisma.ts, and here we're going to be creating a new client for access, like making the calls to Prisma client. So I'll say function create Prisma client. Inside of it, I'll say const adapter, and again this is like a one-time setup. We don't need to do it again. So just we need to configure it once, then we can call it again and again. So I'll say prisma pg, which will come from at prisma/adapter-pg, and I guess we need to install this as well. We have not installed it, so I'll just say npm install prisma/adapter-pg, and inside of it, basically we're gonna be providing our database URL right here with exclamation mark to check if it's null or not. After this, I'm going to say return new Prisma client, and I'll just import it from /generated/prisma/client right here. And now you can see there's no red line below it, so it's installed. Now, one more thing. So since Next.js supports hot reloading, it might create like multiple Prisma instances in the front end, like whenever we are on development instance. If we are in production, that's not an issue. So for that, I'm going to create this global for Prisma URL right here. And I'm going to check if we already have this inside of it. So I'll say global this as unknown as, and this is something that we will be storing inside of it. So I'll say Prisma client. If it's not there, undefined. So after this, I'm going to say export const db equals global for Prisma.Prisma. If that exists, that is, we have already created this function, then we don't need to call it. Otherwise, we will call it again to create new Prisma instance. And again, we can check it over here. If process.env.node_env is not equals to production, then I'm going to say global for Prisma.Prisma equals db. That is, we are in the development mode right here. All right, great. Now let's go on and sync our clerk user with Supabase. Right now, we don't have anything inside of this user stable over here, if you see, and user is already logged in. So we need some way to sync them, right? So for that, we're going to be creating a new file inside this lib called checkuser.ts. I'll say export const checkuser. Inside of this, I'm going to first get my user who is logged in. So I'll say await current user. Make sure to import it from @clerk/next.js/server. And I'll say if user does not exist, return null. After this, I'll have a try catch block right here. And inside this, I'm going to make the query to our database. Right. First of all, what I'll do, I'll just actually create a function over here called get current plan, which will be an asynchronous function. And this will return us a promise. So I'll say :promise type right here. And this will have this plan type, which we have to create. Right. So let's just, for all the plans that for all the types that we'll be using multiple times, let's create a new folder over here called types, and we'll be keeping all of these types inside of this. So for our plans and stuff, I'll just have plans.ts right here. And what we can do, actually, we already have it inside of our constants, right? So if you go to constants, we have this object that we have created. So there's something called as type of in Typescript, from where we can infer the type of this thing. So we can simply say import plans from this lib/constants, and I'll say export type plan to be key of this plan. So if I hover on it, you'll see it has generated this right here, right? It can be free, starter, or pro. So right here, we can import this plan from right here. Right now, inside of it, there is something called as auth, which comes from @clerk/next.js. No, actually, it comes from right here, @clerk/next.js/server, since we are in a server action, you can say. So basically, has enables us to check which plan user is on right now. Like if they are on pro plan, so I'll say if has plan to be pro, then return pro, otherwise starter, else we can simply return free over here, right? That's all. See, now it's not giving any error, that's fine. Now we can take it and right here inside of the try block, first of all, we'll check which plan user is currently on, right? So current plan equals await get current plan. After this, we can make the call to our database. So I'll say await db. So db will be imported from what we have created right here. Basically from this prisma.ts. I'm not sure why it's not suggesting it. Let's manually import it just like this. So I'll say db.usertable.findUnique, where clerk ID is this user.id, right? So basically we're checking over here if user already exists inside of our database. And if they do, so I'll say existing, then we'll also need to check if their plan has changed or not, right? If they, let's say they were free in a free plan and they switch to a pro plan now, we need to allocate the new plan's credits, right? And again, it does not reset the existing credits, just provides them with the new plan's amount. So over here, I'll check if existing plan is not equals to the current plan. Then all we're gonna do is return await db.user.update. That is, we are updating that entry inside of our database where clerk ID is this. And what we're updating the plan inside of our database and the credits, right? So this will come from constants right here. See, we have defined all the credits right here in our local as well. So plans and current plan. dot credits. Cool, there's that. Then in the end, we're gonna return the existing. So this was for if the existing user exists, right? I mean, user already exists inside of our database. But after this, let's write the case for the new user. So this will be very straightforward. I'm going to say return await db.user.create in this case. And inside of it, I'll say data and I'll add all of these details. So clerk ID, name, that user.first name. If it's there, user.last name. And we're going to trim to remove the spaces. Email, so user.email addresses. So this is basically the format on which clerk stores it. So user.email addresses, they can have multiple email addresses. So I'm going to take the 0th index email address, image URL. So credits, which will be free credits, right? Since user is creating their account for the very first time, and plan will be free, obviously. So all of these are default values over here. And in the end, in the catch, we're going to say console.error, check user, error, and whatever the error is, right? So pretty straightforward. We're going to make use of it and call it inside of our header component now. Let's go to our header component right here. And on the top is where we will invoke it. So over here, I'm going to say const user await check user, and this will be an asynchronous, or say you can say server component. So now we have the details of user right here. We need to make a couple of changes over here as well. So for the pricing model, we could have checked if user. So yeah, it's already inside of show. So I don't think we need to check anything over here, but we can check if user is synced inside of our DB, then we can show the pricing model. And also the current credits, right? So currently these values are hard coded. So we can say instead of this, I'll say user dot credits, and over here will be the total credits, right? So I'll take the current plan. So plans array, and inside this, I'll take the user's current plan. So user dot plan. I'll add the optional chaining over here, and I'll say as plan type. Again, we'll import from the types that we have created. I'll say dot credits. And yeah, I think that's pretty much it. This should work. Let's go on and check it out. If I refresh my page, okay, it's giving us this error at Prisma client runtime. Let me refresh. You know what? I think we need to restart our server since we have made changes to our database. So let me just stop the server and try running it again. Okay, so I guess we're getting this error because we have not installed at Prisma/client. So let me just npm install at Prisma/client. And I think we also need to install Postgres. I'm not sure if we've installed this already, but yeah, let's do that. There we go. Let's start the server again and check. All right, great. It's working. So we can see we have 10 out of 10 credits present right here. If we subscribe to any plan, we will get more credits right here. So let's do that. First of all, actually, let me just check if it's inside of our database or not. Yep, there we go. It is indeed inside of our database. Let's go on and try to subscribe to a plan. So I'll just click on pay with test card since this is in the development mode. There we go. Payment was successful. Let's continue. There it is. You can see we had 10 credits already present. So it added the 50 credits on top of it. So it actually shows the current credits, right? So that's why it's showing 60 out of 50 credits present. Cool then. That is working flawlessly. Now let's go on and create the internal parts of our application. That is, whenever we, let's say put a prompt right here and click on generate, it will route us to this /workspace page right here with the prompt, which by the way, as it executes this prompt, it will convert it into an ID, which we can store inside of our database, which this will store inside of our database. We don't need to do anything. Okay, so let's go right here inside of our app, and I'm going to be creating a new folder for main. Inside this, I'll create a new file called layout.tsx. And here we will create the layout for our application. So I'll say const layout, and this will take all the children's, whatever will be inside of our page, right? So I'll say children, and the type will be react.react node. And inside this, simply we are going to be returning a div over here with margin top of 16. Let's also import React on the top. And in the end, we will export default layout. So whatever routes that we will create inside of main, like project and workspace, it will, wrap all of those routes and provide margin top of 16 to all of them. Like for example, if I show you, if I create a new folder over here for workspace, and inside of this, we will create page.tsx, RAFCE, let's call it workspace Workspace Page, save it, and let's refresh this page. There we go. You can see the workspace page right here. Now, one more thing that I forgot to do actually is to provide the protection to our pages, right? So that the logged out users cannot access our pages. So over here in the proxy.ts is what we're gonna be doing. So I'll say on the top right here, create route matcher, and this will be imported from @clerk/next.js/server. And here we're gonna be providing it with both of these routes, like /workspace and whatever that comes after it, and /projects as well. Okay, and we're gonna be making use of it. So inside this clerk middleware, we're gonna be having a callback right here, which will be an asynchronous function, asynchronous callback, and this will take the auth and the request object. And inside this, I'm going to say const user ID await auth. This is to check if user is logged in or not. And then after this, I'm going to say if user is not logged in and we are on any of these routes, so is protected route, and I'm going to provide the request object, right? It will do whatever calculation or checks that it needs to do inside of it. If we are not logged in and we are on these routes, then I'm going to take out redirect to sign in from this auth right here and return this. That is, this will redirect us to the sign in page. And I'll say return next response dot next. Now we need to have a sign in page over here as well, right? When it redirects us, and currently we don't have any sign in page. So let's do that. So to create our separate sign in and sign up pages, what we need to do is in our .env right here, I'm going to say next public clerk sign in URL and next public clerk sign up URL. So this tells clerk what is the route for sign in and sign up pages. So over here in the app, I'm going to create a new folder called auth. And inside this, I'll create a layout.tsx. So this will be for our auth layout file. So again, we're taking children over here and returning dev. So basically we are aligning it in the very center. Flex, justify center, and padding top to be 40. Let me just provide it with the types as well. Yeah, something like this. And inside this, we're going to be creating our sign in and sign up pages. So to create these routes, I'm going to create a new folder inside of it called sign-in. And this has something that is called as a catch all route, or I think optional catch all route. Let me show you. So if we go to Next.js official documentation, you can see it has this optional catch all route right here, right? Which looks something like this. So if the route looks something like this, we can have /a/b or whatever after it optionally, right? So clerk will handle all of these things. We don't need to do anything over here. It will take the slug inside of it accordingly. All we need to do is inside of over here, I'll create a new folder, just like what we saw in their docs, and I'll say sign-in. And inside this, I'll create a new file called page.tsx. And simply over here, all we need to do, let's call it sign in page, and we are going to just return this sign in component from over here, just like this. That's all. We don't need to do anything else. And let me just remove this. Okay, let me just duplicate it. So I'll just copy this folder and paste it again inside of the auth and rename it. Instead of sign in, I'll say sign up. Same for over here, the nested route as well. And inside of page.tsx, instead of sign in, we're going to say sign up over here. That's all. Now let's go on and try it out. Let me show you. So inside of our app, let me just close this and this as well. Yeah, inside of our app, if I just log out or sign out, and if we try to go now to /workspace, right, you'll notice that this will route us to this sign in page right here, right? How awesome it looks. We can also click on sign up right here and you'll notice. And by the way, you can see it has added this redirect URL and all right here. So that is why we needed the catch all route over here to handle all of these things. And again, clerk handles all of these things out of the box. See, this is our sign up page as well. Awesome. Let's go back and sign in again. We could have also signed in from over there as well. There we go. And start working on our workspace page. So again, if we click on generate, it will take us to this page right here. Awesome. All right, now finally, let's go on and start working on our /workspace page, right? That is, you need to enter a prompt right here and click on generate, and it will take you to /workspace and start building your app. Let me show you some examples that I've already created. Like for example, this finance tracker app, and you can see I've asked it to make it like modern SaaS gradients and stuff with dark mode and light mode as well, right? So how beautiful this whole thing looks, right? And it has so many features as well. And behind the scenes, we will be using Gemini API as our LLM, right? Because recently I think they've launched something like Gemini 3.5 Flash, which is super powerful. You need to check whenever you're watching this video in the future, whatever the latest Flash model is from Gemini, you can use it, or Pro if you want. So let's go on and do that. So I'm gonna go to aistudio.com/API key. Let's create a new API key right here. You can, create any Google Cloud project and click on create, speed up, and go inside of your project, inside of your .env file. And right here, I'm gonna say Gemini API key, and I'll paste this API key right here. All right, but now what I'm thinking, or probably what you're thinking as well, how are we going to create this whole UI right here? How will we create this code files? When we click on any one of these, it will open. We can close it as well from right here, right? So this looks like a pretty complex feature, right? Don't worry, I'll make it easy for you. So first of all, let's go back to our workspace page right here, page.tsx. And over here, first of all, we need to take out the search param. So we are providing it with this prompt over here, right? So we need to take it out. So here in the props, I'm going to say search params, and let's give it the type. So let's create the type right here on the top. I'll say workspace page prompts, and I'll say search params. It'll be a promise since this is async, right? Let's make it an asynchronous component. And this is also, an asynchronous operation. That is a promise. This will give us prompt right here. And after that, it will give us the ID after we have processed the prompt. So let's copy this up, and I'll paste it right here. Okay. Now we also need to check if user is logged in or not. So I'll just take auth over here from @clerk/Next.js, and it'll be /server actually. And we'll also import redirect from next/navigation if user is not there, right? We're gonna redirect them to the home page. Okay, cool. Let's take our prompt over here, prompt and the ID. It's like this. So you can see await search params over here. And inside of this div, let me just take a p tag with class name text to be white. I think it's already white, so we don't need to mention it. But inside of it, I'm going to say workspace, and we're going to provide the prompt and the ID if there's any. So let's have a look. Yep, something like this. Currently, we don't have any ID. Now, apart from this workspace page, we are also going to be having a sort of workspace client shell, which will contain all of the logic for our code panel and our chat panel, everything, right? So inside of the components, I'll create a new file, workspace client.tsx, RAFCE, and let's give this div a class name of display flex, height to be 100 viewport height minus 4 rem, deducting the header, overflow hidden, some background of black. Let's go and check. Oh, obviously we have not used it. So actually, before using it, we are going to be having two panels inside of it. Obviously, first is going to be the chat panel, and other is going to be the code panel. So basically here is pretty simple styles. I'm providing it a smaller width to this one, shrink 0, border right to be 6, some background color, flex, item center, and justify center. And for code panel, we are providing flex and flex one, so it takes all of the remaining space. Flex column, overflow hidden, etc. The simple stylings and stuff. Let's take this workspace client right here, and now we can simply return this over here. Let's import it and check. There we go, something like this. You can see we have chat panel and we have code panel. Now, what we need to do is we need to install a package over here, which is Sandpack. Now, Sandpack enables us to run JavaScript and Node.js app in any browser, right? You might have used Code Sandbox. It's similar to that, and it is completely open source. So check this out. This is how you basically import Sandpack inside of your app. We can configure different file, like code for different file. If you want to add some dependencies pre-installed, we can add that as well. I will explain you every single thing in this video. If you want, you can go and check out their docs as well from right here. So I'm going to say npm install at code sandbox /sandpack-react and at code sandbox /sandpack-themes. Right, press enter. Meanwhile, this is getting installed. Let me just create two new files right here in the components. First one will be for code panel.tsx, and the other one will be for chat panel.tsx. All right, so first of all, let's go on and start working on this code panel, and we can, set up our sandbox and make sure that the files are rendering properly. So over here, what I will encourage you guys to do is just open my GitHub repository. There are just a few, static variables and stuff that you guys might need from over here. So on the components, inside components, let's go to the chat panel right here. So first of all, you can see we have this placeholder files. So I'll explain you what this is all about. So as I showed you in the docs, right, that it takes, some default files or dependencies, etc., right? So over here, I've taken this variable called placeholder file, inside of which I'm taking this app.js as a default file right here. And inside of this is going to be the code which will render when, our app is building, which is your app will appear here, right? It's just very simple code. If you want, you can add some branding or whatever over here. After this, you can copy these dependencies that we will keep as default, and sort of these dependencies are generally used in a lot of apps, right? That's why I've decided to keep this. Let me show you. So I've taken a record type over here with string and string over here for objects. So I've taken React. So this is, basically needed with Sandbox or Sandpack actually. So it does not break. I've taken React Outer DOM, Lucid React for icons, Recharts for charts, Date-FNS, Framer Motion, etc. Right? You can remove or add dependencies according to you. Now, when you go on to build any app with our, app builder, obviously it will install the necessary dependencies and stuff, but still we have kept a few of them right here beforehand, right? Like Zod, some related to Radix UI, Axios, etc. Okay. Now, if you notice inside of our application, we have two tabs. One is code and other one is for preview, right? So that's why we are going to be taking a active tab type over here, which can be either preview or it can be code. Then we're going to go to the very bottom and I'm going to say export function. I'll say code panel. And inside this, we can take the dependencies. For now, we will take the following dependencies like file data, if it is generating or not, what is the status log. So it is basically the status step. I'll show you what the type for is and on file patch, what happens, basically a function. So let's create few types over here in this types folder. So I'll have a new file for workspace.ts. And here we're going to have few types. Like for example, one is going to be a message. So we are going to be sending messages inside of our chat panel, right? So for that, we are taking a message which contains role. So message role can be either user or the assistant. What is going to be the content and the image URL for the user or the assistant. We will also have file data. So file data, it's a JSON that we will store inside of our database related to our Sandpack. So it will contain all of the files, all the dependencies, and the title of our workspace. Okay. After this, we will have status step, as I showed you, which will be label, and status can be either running or done. Then we will have a type related to workspace data, that is workspace ID, the title, how many messages, that is JSON, right? And the file data that we've taken right here. After this, we will also have a type for workspace user with ID, credits, and plan. That's all for now. Let's go back. Let me just create the type for this as well. So I'll say interface, file data to be this file data that we've created is generating, status log to be, it will be an array of status steps. So when our agent is thinking, it will show multiple different steps over here, right? So that is what it is. And on file patch, it will provide we will provide it the file data and it will do something with it. Let's take this code panel props and provide it right here. All right, now inside of it, first of all, we are going to be taking a state for our active tab. So let's import use state right here. And since we're using hooks and stuff inside of it, we're going to be making it a client component. So use client. So as I already told you, if we are using hooks and all, we create it as a client component. If we are just keeping it as a plain component without much dynamic logic, we can just keep it as a server component without the use client tag. And obviously we are providing it with active tab type over here that we have created. Below it, we're going to take all of our files. So I'll say const files. If the files data is provided to us from outside, so I'll say file data dot files. If it's not provided, then we're going to take this placeholder files that we have created. Okay. Below it, we can also take our dependencies to initialize our Sandpack. So I'll say const dependencies. I'm going to provide it with base dependencies. If we have anything inside of file data, that is, it is coming from the backend, we're going to take those dependencies over here as well. All right. Now below it, I'm going to say file path key equals object.keys files.sort. So basically what we're doing over here is this is a key on file path set only, right? Not the file content. So let me show you. If I go inside of it and I'll say return, and here we will have a sandpack provider which will take this key. So I'll say our div right here, and here we'll take sandpack. It's not getting imported. Let me just manually import it right here. Let me, shrink these. So we're going to be importing all of these different things from @code sandbox /sandpack-react. So this is sandpack provider that I'm taking over here. And let's add a closing tag over here as well. And inside this, we have something called as key, right? And this will take this file path key. So it knows how many files or what unique files it has, right? We can also provide it with a template. So you can see it has a bunch of different templates right here, like Next.js, Astro, etc. We're going to be providing it with React right here. I'm going to say theme, which is going to be Dracula, which will be imported from code sandbox / I think sandpack themes, right? So let me just say import Dracula from @code sandbox /sandpack themes. Cool. And obviously after this, we are providing it with the files. Now we also need to provide it with some dependencies, right? So I'll say custom setup equals the dependencies that we have taken right here. And I noticed this is better suitable with Tailwind version 3 CDN, right? So that's what we are injecting right here. cdn.tailwindcss.com, recompile mode to be delayed, recompile delay to be 500. You can just hover on this and you can see what these exactly do. Cool. Now inside of this sandpack provider is where we are going to be writing our main logic, which is going to be called as sandpack inner. You can call it whatever you want. So let me just create this component. So actually I'll just create it right over here above this. So I'll say function sandpack inner. It will again take file data, is generating, which is the active tab in this case, and set active tab, right? So we're going to providing it with both of these tabs right here. And we're going to provide it with the types as well for file data, is generating, active type, set active type, right? And just I've added a to do over here. We're going to be, worrying about this later on so that we do not forget it. Now this component right here, this sandpack inner will handle all of our file patching, error listening, improving the input and exporting our code, etc., right? Okay. So inside of it, we are going to be importing a hook called use sandpack. So from right here, as you can see, I've already imported it. And this will have something called a sandpack. And we are also going to be needing something called as listen to different errors that this might produce after a generation. So I'll just add a to do over here for this as well. After this, we are going to push the file updates into sandpack without remounting. That's why we have keyed sandpack provider on the file path set. So you can see for all of the files right here, we are sorting it and joining it something like this so that it has the keys and it does not, remount. So over here, I'll first of all take a ref. So code previous files ref. So I'm taking a ref over here because if we take a state, it will, refresh our app or remount our app. So use ref right here. And this will have a record type since it's an object. And I'll take string, comma, and it will have code. So basically this is for our files, right? So this is going to be the type of this. And let's keep it as an empty object by default. So basically to keep the tabs for all of our files. Inside this, after this, I'll have use effect. And here is where I'm going to be mounting all the different files. So I'll say file data.files is empty. That is right here. We're going to return it. Let me actually see if we are sending. Okay. So let's just send all of these things over here first, else it will show us red right here. So I'll say file data is generating active tab and set active tab. Okay, it says sandpack inner cannot be used as a JSX component. What did I do wrong over here? Probably because we are not returning anything yet. So it's fine. We're going to do that in just a moment. After this, I'm going to say const previous equals previous files ref.current, and then we can update it, right? So I'm going to run a for loop right here. So I'll take both of these things like the path as well as the code, right? And we're going to run it on file data.files. So for each and every path and code, I'll say if it is not equals to the previous code, then we're going to use sandpack.update file function. So this comes right inside of sandpack, and we're going to update both of these things. Then we're going to assign it something like this. So previous files.current file data.files, and this will run when file data.files changes. It says it has missing dependencies. We don't need to worry about it. Let me just say disable exhaustive depths. Yep, that's fine. Okay, cool. Now after this, there are a couple of to-dos that I would like to add right here that we're going to worry about later on. So one of them is, as I mentioned, adding listen to listen for the error messages. You don't need to worry about it right now. And auto switching to preview tab when file data first arrives. Okay, now I'm going to say return right here. And here I'm going to be taking the tabs component from Shadcn UI. So let's go to the browser, and right here we have tabs component. If you scroll down, you will see it will look something like this. So copy it up and paste it right here. Let's make sure to import it. So make sure to import it from ./UI, tabs list as well, tabs trigger, tabs content, something like this. Let me get rid of this class name over here. And you know what? Let me just see how it looks currently. So over here in the workspace client, we can import this code panel. So instead of this thing right here, I'm going to say code panel, just like this. Let's save this. For providing the different props, let me just take a few states over here, like for is generating, set is generating, and status log. I'll take the status step over here as well. For the file data as well, just like this. Also, let's make it a client component. So use client, just like that. And let's just provide it in the props right here. Now, only thing remaining is this on file patch. So I'll create a function called handle file patch over here. So I'll create an empty function for now, or I'll just say something like this, handle file patch. This will be taking a use callback. So basically it takes all of the file data or all of the patches that it needs to do, and it set file data to these patches. That is all it needs to do right here. After that, later on, the ref will take over that we have created inside of the code panel. But let's go on and see how it looks currently. See, something like this. We have account and password, 2 tabs over here. Let's build on top of it. So over here, where were we? Right here on the tabs. So first of all, here on the top, it has some default value, right? So I'll just provide the value to be the active tab, whatever active tab is. On value change, I'll take the current active tab and I'll say set active tab. We as the active tab type, right? It can be either preview, or I think other one was code. Class name, display flex, height full, flex column, and gap to be 0. Now inside this tabs list right here, I'll actually wrap a div around it, something like this. Flex item center, justify between, some border bottom, border white to be 6% opacity, and padding horizontal to be 2. And this tab list also has variants. So I'll say variant to be line, class name, height to be auto, gap to be 0, rounded none, some background transparent, and padding to be 0. Cool. Now, when it comes to tab trigger, it will have 2 tabs, one for preview, one for code, right? So I'll have this code icon and code in the first, and this eye icon and preview in the second. Let's see how this looks. There we go. This is how it looks. We can switch the tabs from right here. Let's go and create the tab content. Also, by the way, over here, right after this tabs list, we are also going to be having the improve with AI button and download the zip button, which again, we will come back to later on. Let's focus on building the structure for this one for now. All right, now for the content below this div, I'll have another div, which will say relative, flex to be 1, overflow hidden. Now, first of all, over here, we need to show some sort of loading overlay, which we'll do later on. For now, we are going to be rendering the layout. So I'll take the sandpack layout and I'll provide it with some style like height to be 100 viewport height, some border none, border radius 0, background to be transparent. And inside of it is where we will place both of our tabs content. Now, when it comes to the first one, that is the preview, right? It's very important to add this keep mounted flag over here, because as soon as you switch to code tab, this tabs component will, clear the state. So we don't want to do that. That's why we're keeping it as mounted. And for the tab content, I'm going to say value to be code, keep mounted for over here as well. All right, cool. Now, first of all, let's render the preview right here. So I'll say sandpack preview component, and it will style like height 89%, show open in code sandbox to be false. We don't want to, show the button to open in code sandbox. There's no branding that we need to do over here. Inside of tab content for the code, we need to show two things. First, the sandpack file explorer. So I'll say sandpack file explorer, style height to be 90%, width 180 pixels, some border right. And below it, we are going to be showing the actual code for that particular file that is opened, right? So I'll say sandpack code editor, style height to be 90%, flex 1, show tabs, show line numbers, show inline closable tabs, and this will be read only. So closable tabs is for, when you open any tab, you can click on X to close it. And we are keeping it as read only because we only want users to interact it using Arcjet. If you want to keep it, like allow users to change the files, you can remove this, but then you have to add the logic for syncing it with our Supabase database. Let's go on and check how it looks right now. So here it is. If I go to the code, yes, we can see the code and we can see the preview, but it's on a very small area. And I think the reason for that is probably we have not added some sort of styles right here. Let me have a look. Right here, inside of this code panel, this is the div where we're going to give some class name, flex1, flex column, and overflow hidden. Let's see. Yes, now we can see it take the complete space. And now we can click on any of these buttons right here. And we can close the tabs by clicking on these X icons over here. Great. So our basic setup is sort of done. Let's do some basic setup for our chat panel as well. So if you noticed over here, our chat panel is properly formatted. Like in this case, you can see we have all of these highlights right here. So basically we're rendering it in markdown format. And for that, we're going to be needing a library called React Markdown. So just say npm install React Markdown and press enter. Meanwhile, it's installing. Let's go to the chat panel component, RAFCE. Chat panel. Now in this chat panel right here, we are going to be taking the following props. Let me tell you what these will be used for. So obviously the messages, the array of messages from user and the assistant. If it is generating, then we are going to be showing the loader obviously and all of the thinking steps. If it is improving, using our agent, all of the status logs, different messages inside of it. The credits that user has used or the remaining credits, the initial prompt, on generate, what happens, user ID, and the workspace ID. So let's just create the types for all of these. So something like this, chat panel props. This will take the message type that we already created. The status type over here is generating, is improving, self-explanatory. Credits, the initial prompt. On generate, this will take the prompt and the image URL if there's any, and return us with the response in form of a promise. The user ID and the workspace ID both will be string. And we will be adding the app title later on. Right now, since we have not generated the app title using AI, that's why we're not considering as a type right now. Let's take it. And I'm going to say chat panel props. Now inside of it, first of all, obviously this is going to be a client component. So I'll just put use client on the top. Now over here, we are going to be taking two refs. And these are basically for scrolling the user up until the bottom when they load the page for the very first time. So let me show you. If I just reload the page, and you'll notice right here that as soon as the page is loaded, you can see it is scrolled to the very bottom right here. So that is what this use ref right here is going to be used for, scroll ref, and text area ref is going to be used for other purposes. I'll show you. We will also take a state over here for, keeping our input state. We're going to be keeping a couple of more states over here, adding later on, like pending image URL state or is uploading state, right? Again, we're going to be adding these later on. After this, we will be taking a few more things like has auto submitted ref, no credits if the credits are less than or equals to 0. If user can submit, that is the input's length is more than 0. If it is not generating or not improving, and no credits is not true. Let's move forward. I'll show you where these will be used. Let's create the UI first. So first of all, here in the div, I'll just give it the class name flex and width to be 320 pixels, string 0, flex column, some background to be black. Let me just import it so that we can see it right away when we build it. So in the workspace client over here, I'm going to say chat panel. Make sure to import it. And let's provide all of these different things. So for workspace for storing the workspace ID, we're going to be keeping a state right here for workspace. For our messages, I'm going to be having an array of messages like state for this as well. For the credits, I'll say credits, set credits, and this will have the user credits, which will come from outside of this workspace client, along with a few more things. So you know what, I'll just write the props over here. So we will get initial prompt, user credits, user ID, user plan, all of these details from outside. And this is how the type is going to look like: initial prompt, user credits, like pretty simple, straightforward, right? So I'll just assign it right here, and let's send it from workspace client, that is from right here. So for now, I'll just add initial prompt to be this prompt, user credits, I'll just add a placeholder, user ID, and user plan, again a placeholder. Now let's go back inside of our workspace client, and let's see. The only thing remaining is handle generate. So we're gonna keep a empty function for this. For now, this is going to be our one of most important functions inside of this component. So I'll say handle generate. We're gonna keep it inside of a use callback function so that we can memoize it. So I'm going to say async. It will take the prompt and the image URL, and it'll return us something else. And it will only re-trigger if the credits change, or is generating change, or user ID change. Okay, fine. Let's see if we can see anything for now inside of our browser. Yeah, we can see just this chat panel over here. Okay, that's fine. Let's go back to the chat panel right here. And first of all, I'll create the header. So I'll take a div over here, display flex, item center, justify between, some border bottom, border white. So this will contain the credit information and the title of our app. So it will look something like this. We're going to be using this blue title, but obviously right now we're not getting the app title from over here. Actually, let me just add it while we are at it. So I'm going to say app title right here, and app title. Since we don't have any app title, we won't be able to see anything over here. So from right here, let's just provide the app title to be, I don't know, test title. Oops, title. Let's see if we're able to see anything. Yep, something like this, test title. We will also have the pricing model below it to check if user has any credits or not. So I'll say pricing model. Let's import it. Reason equals if no credits is true, then we're going to give the reason as credits, otherwise upgrade. So inside of it, we will simply have a span tag. Make sure to import the cn from @lib/util. And this will simply say, if no credits is true, then no credits, upgrade. Otherwise, it will just show us the credits that we have along with credit or, credits word. If there's no credits, we're going to show it as red, otherwise in grayish format. So let's see. Yes, something like this. If we click on it, we will see a upgrade your plan model right here. Fine. Now below this div right here, so below this, we're going to be rendering all of our messages. So I've put the ref over here, the scroll ref that we've taken earlier. And inside of this, I'm first of all saying if messages.length, if it's equals to 0 and it is not generating, then describe what you want to build, which is what we will see right here. If the messages are there, that is below this, we are going to be rendering all of our messages. So I'm going to have a div space y to be 4. Inside of this div, we're going to be mapping through all the messages. So messages dot map, and here I'll take a callback and I'll take each and every message and the index for it. Inside this, I'll have a div with key to be I, and inside of it, you know what, let me actually show you how this will actually look like. So I'll take a temporary variable over here, const message or msgs, something like this. And here inside of the array, I'll take a couple of messages like role to be user, content to be something. So this is one message. Another is role to be assistant, content to be this, with all the markdown syntax. So first of all, right here in this div, we will render the message for the user. So if message.role is equals to user, we're going to render something. Otherwise, if it is for the assistants or someone else, we will render it on the other side, right? So here I'm going to have a div where we will render for the user, and for the other one, for the assistant, I will have this div right here. So first of all, for the user, let me just add it quickly and show you. So there's the div Now, obviously, we don't have any image URL right here, so that's why I've just added to do for now. But inside of it, we are going to be rendering our message content, right? So instead of this, MSGS, the very temporary variable that we took on the top. So let's see how this looks. So check this out. Build me a to-do list app with dark theme, right? Something like this. Obviously, we will have the user's profile picture over here as well. Now, when it comes to the assistant over here, I'll render it something like this, a div. Inside of this, we're going to have a paragraph tag just like we did right here. So check this out. See over here. Obviously, we have not added the React Markdown over here. So you can see something like this. React Markdown. Make sure to import it from React Markdown from React-Markdown. Now let's see. See, this is how it will look. But I'm not, adding React Markdown over here for now. It's because we need to handle a couple of more cases when we later on add more things over here. That's why we're just gonna keep it just like this for now. We'll come back to this again. Now let me just revert this MSGS over here. Instead of this, I'll say messages. And actually, I realized we did not have messages, right? That's why it was showing this as well. So I'll just say MSGS over here as well, so that this will properly show us the messages right here on the top. Yep. Now it's no longer on the bottom. Great. Let me revert this and just say messages over here as well. Now below this div right here, actually below this div over here, is where we are going to be showing the status steps, while the agent is thinking or while this is generating it. So check this out. We are showing different steps right here as our app is thinking, and we are changing them right here over here as well. So I just simply gave it this prompt and it is doing all of the work right here. It is validating the packages and saving. Let's see. There we go. It has given us this beautiful looking app right here, which tells us different weathers in different cities. Great. Let's just add those steps as well inside of our app right below this. I'll actually take an empty variable for this as well. So let's just say const status equals, let me just keep that messages one in case we need to check it later on. I'll say const statuses equals an array of statuses, something like. So this is basically how it will look like: label and the status, label, status, and something like this, right? So this will just give you an idea on how it will look, and even like if what you're building is working right now or not. So over here, I'll just say if is generating is true. Inside of it, I'll have a div, class name display flex, item start, and gap to be 2. By the way, I actually realized that I do have the logo to be shown over here before the assistant's message, right? So we can indeed just add an image tag right here, just like we added in our header. So we have this logo shot.jpg file over here inside of our public, right? So something like this, which we'll be using it as an avatar over here. So you can use that. And we're going to be making use of it over here, in the chat panel over here as well, while it's generating. So I'll paste it as image. This is going to be appearing like a message, which will go away after the thinking is done. Okay, right below this, we're going to have another div, which will contain all of our thinking steps right here. So I'll have a div inside of which I'm going to map through the status log. So I'll say status log dot map, and here I'll take a callback function. I'll take each and every step and the index right here, and I'll say return. Actually, we don't need to do return since this is parenthesis. And here I'll just have a div, something like this, with key to be I. And inside of this div, actually for this div, I'll just give some class name, just like we gave for our message, flex item center gap to be 2.5. And inside of this, let me just quickly write it out. So here, first of all, I'm going to say if step.status equals to running, I will have a loader 2 icon from Lucid React, which will, show us the spinning thing. After this, we have added an SVG, which is basically for, tick icon. If you want, you can, import some tick icon over here. So, something like, let's just have a look. I'm not sure if there's there. I'll say tick mark or something like this, or probably something like check. Yes. This feels more like it. We don't need to add animation over here. And this can be of, let's say, text white to be 25% opacity. After this div, simply I'm going to render my message, whatever that is happening right now. So step.label. Right, let me just test it out. So we have taken this variable, right? What was it called? Statuses. Statuses. Okay. Something like this. Let's have a look inside of our chat, inside of our app. Okay, we cannot see anything right now. I think it's because we are rendering this describe what you want to build. Let me just replace it with my MSGS variable that we took earlier for the messages so that we can properly see it. Okay, these both are rendering over here along with the icon as well. Nice. But where's our steps? I cannot see it. Okay, it is probably because is generating is false right now. So I'll just make it true and let's have a look. There we go. We can see these tick marks, writing app.js, validating packages. Let me revert everything else over here along with this status log. Okay, cool. So we have done the basic layout for this. I think there's one more thing remaining, and that is adding the input. Also, by the way, we need to put this div right here after this. We were closing it beforehand. Okay, now after this div, like after the closing div before it, we are going to be rendering the input. So I'll have a div right here, border top, border y to be 6, and some padding of 3. Now inside this div right here, I'll have another div. Now actually before this, I've created this div because before this, I want to add a pending image preview thumbnail with X remove button as well. That is when we upload any image right here, right? So let me show you. So inside of our app, if I go and select a file, and let's say I've selected this file right here, you can see this is the place where we can show the image and we can remove it from over here as well, right? So that is what we're going to be doing over here. And below this, we will have this div. If it is generating or improving, we're not going to allow user to, enter anything inside the text area. Now, after this, I'm going to have the text area tag right here. And inside this, we are going to be adding, first of all, the ref to be text area ref, value to be input that we took, on change, set input, on key down. We're going to have the handle key down function, which I'll keep as empty for now. So const handle key down, something like this. It'll be disabled if it's generating, is improving, or there are no credits right here. We can show some placeholder that is upgrade to create building if there are no credits. Otherwise, if it's improving, client is improving your app. If it's generating. Otherwise, ask AI to modify, which is current or the idle state. Rows to be 1. After this, I'll say class name, width to be full, resize none, background transparent, some padding over here, text size, text color, placeholder color. And the style is going to be max height to be 160. Let's have a look how it looks. See, something like this. And by the way, when we click on it and type something, and let's say if we go to another line, we want it to expand with it, right? Just like we did in our landing page. So similarly, we are going to be adding a use effect right here. So a use effect, let's import it. So I don't think I need to explain it again. We've already done this in our landing page. So I've taken text area ref right here. If it's not there, then return. Otherwise, I'm going to keep the height as auto, and we're only going to be trigger it when the input is changing, right? After this, one more thing, we need to auto scroll just like I showed you earlier. So again, for that as well, we're going to be taking it inside of the use effect. So if the messages change is generating or is improving, I'm going to say scroll ref dot current. I'll take the ref to that box. If it's not there, return. Otherwise, el dot scroll to el dot scroll height, like that height of that particular box. And we want to go to the very bottom, right? So from top, we're going to create that much space, and behavior is going to be smooth. Okay, now let's go on and try to add something long, like some long text over here. Yeah, you can see it is expanding with our text. Nice. So one more use effect that we need over here is auto submitting initial prompt exactly once when we mount. And this prevents, double fire, since React strict mode sometimes triggers use effect twice, right? So I'm checking if initial prompt is not there, has auto submitted ref that we took right here is there, and message.length is like more than 0, that is we have messages, then we're gonna return it. Otherwise, we're gonna make it true, and we're gonna trigger this on generate function that comes right here. All right, cool. After this, right here on the bottom, let's continue. Actually, this handle key down that we have created, it's a very simple function. Let me just create it. So all this will do is it will take an event that is a keyboard event, which will come from React, an HTML text area element. So if e.key is equals to enter and it's not shift key, then we're gonna trigger the handle submit function, which we will create right here. So const handle submit. All this will do is input dot trim. If it's not trim or if it's generating and stuff, if user has no credits, then we're gonna return it. Otherwise, we're gonna set the input to empty and await on generate function right here again. And obviously we have not added the image URL as well, which we will be adding later on again as we go on to write our API logic. Currently, we don't need to do that. Currently, we're just creating the basic layout of our app. Cool then, so there's the handle key down. Now, by the way, if we press shift and enter, then it will go to the next line. Okay, after this text area, we just need to render all of our buttons. So over here, I'm going to take a div, display flex, items to be center, justify between, some padding, and inside of this div right here, I'm going to first render the button for selecting the image. So this paperclip icon, this is just going to be a static button for now, and make sure to import the button from ./UI/button right here, variant ghost, size icon, and disabled for now. So let's see what's wrong. Button is not defined. I have defined it. Let's refresh it. There we go. We can see this icon right here. Cool. Now below this button, we also need the button to send the message. So I import the arrow up icon. Loader 2, I think already imported. So this button will be size icon. On click, handle submit function. It'll be disabled if this can submit is false. So we've already explained what this does. Class name will be height 7, width 7, rounded large, transition all. And if user can submit, this will be white. Otherwise, it will be disabled. And inside of the button, if it's generating, we're going to show the loader 2 icon. Otherwise, the arrow up icon. So see, there we go. This is our button right here. If we write something inside of it, yep, it gets activated. Nice. This is exactly what we wanted. Now simply below this div, we can just say enter to send, shift plus enter for new line. All right, cool. So now that we have our basic layout in our hands, why don't we go on and start building the API for our app, right? That will fetch all of the code and generate the code for our app. So what we will do over here inside of the app folder, we will create a new folder for API. And here we can create our API endpoint, and that is the power of Next.js. It is a full stack framework. So you can create your APIs right here like gen-ai-code. So you can name whatever that you want for this. And we have to write something called as route.ts inside of it. This is very important. It has to be called as route.ts or JS if you're writing your code in JS. And inside of it, you have to write whatever the type of API that you want to write. Right? Like for example, if I was writing get, I would have written get over here. Since it's a post request, that's why I've written post. And make sure to import next request from next/server. This is the type for this request param. Now inside of it, first of all, we will obviously check if user is logged in or not. So I'll import this auth from @clerk/nextjs/server, and we'll take out the user ID. Let's rename it to clerk ID. If clerk ID does not exist, I'm going to return message to be unauthorized and status to be 401. After this, we will get the all the data from the request body, right? So I'll say await request.json. And after this, I've already shown you what type of data that we'll be getting from it. So we will get workspace ID, user ID, messages, and the file data. So let's import this message type that we have created and this file data. So we will take out all of these things from body, and we are just, providing it the type right here for all 4 of these things. Okay, let's check a few things right here. Like first of all, if messages.length is not there, that is, it is empty, then no messages provided, and we'll throw the error right here, right? Or just simply the response in form of this, not an error, with status 400. So it's basically a front-end error. Now after this, actually let me just leave some space over here, that because we're going to be checking a few things using Arcjet, like rate limiting, prompt injection, sensitive info, all of these things that Arcjet supports. We will write it after we have built our workspace client component. Now after this, what we'll do, we will find if user actually exists inside of our database. So I'll say const user await db.user.findUnique. Make sure to import this db right here, where ID to be the user ID, and the clerk ID. We would have even found it just with the user ID as well. And we want the ID and the credits for the user before, starting the generation. And then we can, just check. If user does not exist, then we're gonna respond with user not found. If user.credits is less than credit cost per generation, which will be coming from our static files of constant. So cost per generation is 1, right? So I'll just give the error. Insufficient credits status 402. Cool. Now after this, we will import something called as a text encoder. So you can see right here, text encoder interface. Text encoder interface enables you to encode a JavaScript string using UTF-8. So basically the reason for using this over here is because we are encoding the message and we want to check for duplicate prompts and stuff, right? After this, we're going to say const stream equals new readable stream. And why are we using this over here? So Gemini has something called as thinking mode as well. And in general, we will be, streaming all of the responses from Gemini to our front end. That is where this readable stream function will be useful. This is an inbuilt API in JavaScript, or you can say TypeScript. So I'll say async start controller, right? We can write the logic inside of this callback right here, async callback. So we're going to say const enqueue, and we're going to take each and every string chunk, and we will add it to this controller right here. So controller.enqueue, enqueue.encode this chunk. We will encode that chunk. So this right here is basically a helper function which enables us to, use the data which has already been received by us so that we do not repeat ourselves again and again. It's just generally a standard practice while, streaming something like this. Now inside of try block, I'll have a function called build contents, which we will be creating in just a moment, which will take all of the messages and the file data. After this, we will be using Gemini to fetch it. So let's just go on and, build this first. Then other things will make sense. So right above this, I'll create a function called build contents, which will take all of the messages history and the file data. And inside of it, I'll first of all trim all the messages, right? So trim history function just to take 10 messages. So something like this. We'll take all of the messages right here, and this will return us message array. If messages.length is less than or equals to 10, then we'll return it. Otherwise, we'll take the very first message, that is the first prompt, and the last 8 messages, right? This will help out a lot. Now, after this, we will map through all of these trimmed messages. So inside of this object, I'll say const role. If message.role is assistant, then we're going to call it model. Otherwise, we're going to call it user. And then after this, I'll say if it is user's message. So if message.role is equals to user, I'll take an empty array of objects right here called part. And after this, I'll take out the message for that particular user. So message.content. And then after this, we will check if there's any image message that was sent. So I'll say if message.image URL is there, then text will be, we will add it in this prompt that we are building right here. The user has attached an image, uses image URL directly in the generated app as image src, background image, etc. Whatever user wants it to be, right? And we're providing the message.image URL right here along with the text. After this, we will provide all the project files. So I'll say const isLast equals idx equals stream.length -1. That is, if the index is last and the file data is there, then we will add the current project files for the proper context, right? Finally, after this, we're going to be adding all of these different formatted messages inside of this parts right here. So the AI gets the proper context, and we're going to return the role of the user and the part of that particular message, or the content of it. Then finally, in the end, after this, I'm going to return the role, that is if it's user or the model, and then the part that is the text message.content. All right, cool. So we have built the content for this. Now let's keep moving forward. Where were we? Right here. After this, I'll import something called as generate content stream, right? So it will come from AI, and this AI will come from the package that we just now installed. So right here, I'm not sure if we installed it or not. I guess we didn't. So let's go to the terminal, and I'll say npm install at google/genai. Let's import it from at google/genai, just like this. Then let's go to the bottom right here. And now inside of it, we can provide the details like the models that we will use, the content of our prompt, etc., right? So I'm going to say model Gemini 3.5 Flash. This is the latest one. When I'm creating this video, you can check which model is the latest and try to check if anything changed in the way we write the code. Try to ask ChatGPT or something like that. And then inside of it, we will add some config right here. So something like this. So I'll say config, system instructions. We will write the system prompt right here in just a moment. Temperature, which will define how creative it will be. We want the response in the application/JSON format. That's why we're providing it over here. Force the JSON output. And we also want the thinking. So that's why we're saying include thoughts to be true. I've added comments over here. You can check. Let's go on and write this system prompt first. Actually, you can just copy it up from my GitHub. So if you just go to this Gen AI code route in my Git repository, you'll find this system prompt right here. I've written it's a bit long. That's why I'm asking you to copy this up and then paste it right here, like right on the top of this post. You can see you are an expert React developer. Your job is to generate complete working React apps, blah, blah, blah. The rules is something like this. Always respond with a valid JSON output. JSON must match this shape. And we're providing it the shape, like assistant message, what it's going to be, that this will respond to us. The title, all of the files that this will change and provide us, all the dependencies, and some more instructions that we've given right here. You can check it out. Okay. All right. So now after this, after we have called AI.models.generate content stream, we will get the response from Gemini. So we will take two things over here, accumulated and last emit time. So basically accumulated collects the actual JSON output chunks that will come from this. And this last emit time will be used for throttling the thoughts, right, that we will render in the chat for the status. So let's loop through all of these chunks right here. So I'll say for await const chunk of Gemini stream. And for each chunk, we will extract the parts. So I'll say parts equals chunk.candidates. And this is basically the format that they support. You can, if you have to write something like this in future, you can just search any LLM to know how to write this. After this, we will loop through all of the parts over here as well. And for each part, we will get the text and thought, etc., etc. So I'll say if part.text is not there, then continue, because we only want the thoughts over here, right? So I'll say if part.thought is there, then see, we'll do something like this. Let me just bring in the code. It will give us a really long thought, right? With some bold headings and some descriptions and stuff, something like this. But we only want the heading over here, right? So we've written this extract thought label right here. So first of all, I'm taking now. I'll say if now dot minus last emit time is more than 600 milliseconds, and we'll take and extract the label out of that thought. And if we have the label, then we will enqueue it just like this. You can see we have created this enqueue function over here, right? So that we don't repeat ourselves. And then we'll put the last emit time to now. Let me just create this extract thought label and show you what this SSE event is all about. Also, after it, I'll just say else. If the thought is not there, then we will just take it inside of the accumulated right here, so that we can render them later on inside of our app. Okay, so let's go on top right here below this prompt. And I'll first of all write this extract thought label. So notice what we're doing. We're providing it the exact text string of the thought, and we want to grab this bold heading right here. So we have created this regex. I'll say text.match, and it will extract this thing. If match is there, then we're going to return it right here. Otherwise, we're going to fall back to the first sentence, up to our full stop or the line change, right? Maximum 60 characters. So I'll say const sentence equals text.split, and we will split it to either this or this /n over here, and we will return it in the end. Okay, now after this, for that SSE helper, this is what we'll write. So we will take the type and the payload for this. And I'll say data equals json.stringify the type of that event, that is the exact status right here, and then the message that it is sending. So I'll provide the payload right here. We'll spread it and then change the line. Okay. All right. Now after this for loop, so let's see right here, and actually we're going to be doing the parsing. Like we need to check if Gemini returns the malformed JSON, then we need to, abort it right here. And Gemini does not charge any credits for this. So we're going to say parsed type, and I'll say assistant message, title, files, dependencies, all the types for this. And I'll have a try catch block right here. And we will check if it has been properly passed. So pass equals json.parse accumulated. Otherwise, when it comes to our stream, we are going to be returning an event called error. So I'll say enqueue ssc event error, message to be AI return invalid JSON, please try again, right? And we'll close the controller. We will also check for the files. So after this, I'm going to say, I will take out all of these things from the parsed right here. And I'll say files is not there or type of files is not equals to object. Then again, we'll return this error right here and close the controller. Okay. Now, this is the very important part right here. And like whenever our app will need to install any npm package according to its need, we need to validate them as well, right? Apart from installing them. So I'll just say validate npm package right here. And then we will have another event over here for the status message to be validating packages. All of this will show as a thinking inside of our chat box. For that, we will be creating a function right here called validate dependencies. I'll show you how to do it. And once we get all of the validated dependencies, so validated deps, we will add it to this new file data right here with files, dependencies, and the title that we have gotten generated, right? So let's just write this first. So again, let me just go to the top right here and notice it's going to be very simple. So I'll just say validate dependencies. I'll take the deps. It's obviously going to be an object. So record string, comma string. And this will return us promise, right? Again, in an object. So const valid equals an empty object right here on the top, like at the beginning. And then we're going to say promise.all. And for each and every dependencies, I'll say object.entries.deps. I'll map through it. And for each and every package and version, we're going to make the call to registry. We're going to say registry.npmjs.org/package/latest. And we're going to say signal, like it has to check it in 1.5 seconds, right? So I'll say abort signal.timeout right here. If it's fine, then we are going to be returning the version. In catch, we won't be doing anything, right? We're just going to be skipping the hallucinated packages. And in the end, we're going to be returning the valid packages right here. Okay, cool. All right, now that we have done everything related to generating the code and validating the packages and everything, right? So now we need to actually deduct the credit from user's account. So I'll just add some comments saying upsert the workspace, that is, update the workspace or insert it inside of our database and deduct the credit from this transaction. If any one of these fails, then we're going to fail both of them. You can see what we're going to be doing right here. So first of all, we will create another event right here. So I'll say ssc event and it will be status message saving. And I'll take the last user message right here and I'll update it with respect to what the assistant has sent over here in the new file data and stuff, right? So first of all, we're going to add the content of the message that we have gotten from the assistant. So you can see right here, I'm going to say role assistant, content to be this. After this, I'll create the transaction over here for the API call. So to do something like this, to make sure that it works properly in one single transaction, we use something called as db.$transaction, right? This comes from Prisma. Like this is an inbuilt feature in Prisma, right? And this will return as the final workspace after we are done. So inside of this, so I'll first of all check if workspace already exists, right? So I'll say workspace ID is there. That is, we are trying to update it. So I'll say db.workspace.update, where ID is this workspace ID that is coming from frontend, right? And the user ID. Data will simply be the messages that we've gotten and the file data to be updated inside of our database. Otherwise, we will create a new database right here. So db.workspace.create, and we're gonna say, like, we're gonna provide the user ID to be added, the title that we have generated, or the last user's message, all the messages, all the file data, right? Simple enough. After this, another case is going to be updating the credits. Also db.user.update, where ID is this, and we're going to update the credits and decrement it by this much, that is 1 credit. Okay, cool. There's that. After this transaction, I'm going to refetch the updated credit balance, right? So that client can update it as well. So I'll say await db.user.find unique, where user is this, and select the credits for this updated user function or variable, sorry. And then we can just throw the final event right here. So I'll say ssc event to be done with the workspace ID, assistant message, file data, and the credits remaining. And this will be returned to frontend. If there's any error right here in the catch, I'll say console.error, Gen AI code stream error to be this error. Let me just take this right here. And I'm going to just say error right here. Something went wrong. Please try again. Okay. Now in the end, we will, add finally, and I'll say controller.close. So so that we don't get any more streaming responses over here. And then after all of this is done, we can finally provide the response to our front end. So return new response to be this stream that we are creating right here. And for this response, the header will be text/event stream, cache control, no cache, and connection to be keep. Now, there's one thing that is very important to be added right here, because we are going to be deploying our app on Vercel, right? And Vercel in free plan supports only 60 seconds of serverless actions, I guess. So to increase that, there is something called as Vercel Fluid. It's been newly introduced over here. So max duration is 300 that you can use in a free plan. If you are on paid plan, that's great. I think you can use more. So this is almost 5 minutes per server action generation. So you have to make sure to export this max duration to be 300. And actually, one more thing that you have to do right here is you have to create a new file, vercel.json. So again, all of these things are for later on, but we are doing it right now so that we don't forget it that time. And you simply have to do fluid to be true right here to access that feature. Right, that is all. And yeah, with that, we have successfully created this route right here. And now it's time to go on and implement it inside of our app. This was quite a long server action right here. So let's go back to our workspace client over here. And I think now you guys will have better clarity on how we're going to be creating things right here. We're going to be adding remaining stuff that was I think fetching the data of our API, right? And all those other stuff. So let's just get started. So here in the handle generate, first of all, we will check if is generating is true, then we will return. And if credits is less than minimum credits to generate, which comes from right here, obviously, from our constant, which is 1, then we're going to return it, right? So these two will be the guard right here. After this, we are going to be getting the user's message right here, right? That is the prompt from the user. And if there's any image URL as well. So I'll say user message, and I'll provide the message type, role to be user, content to be prompt, and if there's any image URL right here. After this, I'll say const current messages equals messages.ref.current and workspace id ref.current. So we have not created both of these. Let me just create them real quick right here. And I'll tell you what these are all about. So basically we'll be creating 3 refs over here. So right below this, I'll be creating the messages ref, so use ref, file data ref, and workspace. So basically we are storing them locally right here so that we don't have to depend on use state, right? Because if the state changes, the component will unmount and then the data will be lost, right? So that's why we're using use ref over here. So right here, I'm getting all the current messages and current workspace ID. After this, I'm going to set them right here in the state. So I'll take whatever the previous state is and the user messages, set is generating to be true. And keep in mind this user message is coming from right here, not these current messages. And set status log to initially be thinking, right? When we have sent a message, we just want to show the thinking status right here, and it will show the running indicator, that is the loader 2 icon that we have added in the chat panel. Okay. Now after this, let's fetch our API. So I'll have a try catch block right here, just like this, and I'll say const stress or response equals await fetch, and I'll fetch this API that we just now created /API/Gen AI code. It will be a method post request content type application /JSON. In the body, we're going to provide the workspace ID that we were providing to the API, the user ID, all the messages, and the file data. Now the things will start to make sense for you guys. So after this, we're going to check if there's any responses, the error for any responses, any front-end errors. So I'll say if response.status equals 402, then I'll say toast.error, not enough credits. And by the way, this toast will be imported from Sonar right here. And we have to add this in here in layout.tsx. So here, right below main, I can just say I'm going to say toaster. Yep. And this will take rich colors so that it shows red for error, green for success, etc. And we are covering different error conditions right here. After this, since we will be getting the stream, right? So we need to handle all of that as well. Also consider equals response.body.getReader. So getReader method of readable stream interface creates a reader and locks the stream to it, right? So that's why we will be able to get the stream over here. And text decoder I already explained you. And buffer is where we will be storing all of that. So we will have a while loop over here, which will be true by default, and we'll break it manually. So I'll say reader.read for this reader right here, and we'll get done and the value. If it is done, then we will break this loop. Otherwise, we will continue. Now after this, I'm going to say buffer, and I'm going to be adding different chunks that will be coming. And we've written stream to be true over here, which tells decoder that more chunks are coming. After this, I'm going to say const lines equals buffer.split, and this will basically split it from the new line. So let me show you. It might look something like this. So see, this is how it will be, the data, and we will separate it from these chunks, right? So this will create the data to look something like this. And then we'll say buffer equals line.pop, since pop removes and returns the last element, right? If buffer ended cleanly, then pop will return this empty string. And this pop is used, if buffer ended mid-event, that is no trailing /ends, the last element is an incomplete fragment, so we can save it back to the buffer so that next chunk continues it from where this one left off. All right, now that we have all of the lines right here, right after this buffer, I'm going to run a for loop on this. So I'll say if line dot starts with this data, or that it does not start with data, then we will continue. That is, we will skip anything that does not. That is, we will skip all of the things like empty lines, comments, etc. Then we'll do a try catch block right here, and I'll say const event equals json.parse for every single line. So I'll say line.slice to be 6 characters, this much, this data. And if event.type is equals to status, then we will add those thoughts just like this, like designing layout, adding interactivity, etc. And after that, we can just push this step. So let's just create a function for this one as well. So right here, I'll say push step equals, we'll take the label and we're going to say set status log. Again, for the thinking part, I'll take whatever that is already inside of it. So I'll first of all check if this is the last element right here. Then I'll take whatever that we have over here and then say status to be done over here. Otherwise, we're going to simply return this S right here, this element, current element. And after this, we will add a new label that we are providing it right here and say status to be running. Okay. Else, if over here the event type is done instead of status, we're going to do something like this. I'm going to first of all trigger the complete steps function. I'll show you what this is. And after that, I'll set the workspace ID to be this, file data to be this, set credits, all of these things so that we can, show the user final result, and set messages to whatever the previous message is, and then the new message that we have received from our API. And also, since our prompt will contain, our URL will contain our prompt, we want to replace it with the actual ID of our workspace. So that is what we will do right here. Else, if there's any error, then I'll just say throw new error, this error. Let's just write this complete steps right here. So let's just write it below this push step. I'll just say set status log to be previous, and I'll loop through it. And for each and every element, if it's equals to this, and I'll take all of them just like previously, and I'll say status to be done. Otherwise, we're going to return S over here. Okay, now after this, in the catch, we don't need to do anything. We'll just skip the manual informed lines right here. Actually, over here in this catch. And this below catch over here, we will simply show the error. So I'll say toast.error to be error instead of instance of error. So I'll just show error.message right here. Otherwise, something went wrong, and set the messages to whatever it was previously and remove the latest message from over here. In the end, we're going to say finally set is generating to be false and set status log to be empty. All right, now one more thing that we have to do over here, as you can see, we have these messages state, right? And this file data state over here as well. So we need to parse it, whatever that is coming from backend. So first of all, I'm going to say function parse messages, and we'll get all of the raw messages from the backend, right? Let's import this message. I think it's already imported. Yeah. Inside of it, I'll first of all check if it is even an array or not, right? If it's not array, then we're going to return empty. Otherwise, we are going to filter it out. Let me show you. It have both role and content keys. That is, we want those types of objects over here. So I'll take each and every message, and I'll first of all check if it is the type of object, if it is not null, and it has role and content in it. Simple enough. It's just filtering out nulls and stuff from inside of it. Similarly, for our file data as well. So I'll say parse file data. We'll get the file data, or it can be null. Let's add some checks over here, like if it does not exist or type of raw is not equals to object, then return null. Else I'll say const f equals raw as record. That is, it should be in this format right here, and we are assigning it to this f object over here, like a loose record, so that we can check individual keys without modifying it. So I'll say if f.files does not exist or f.dependencies does not exist, we can return null. And in the end, if everything looks good, we are going to return raw as file data. That's all. So here in the messages now, instead of this empty array, I'm going to return parse messages workspace.messages. And this workspace is going to come from right here from our props. Same for our file data over here as well, right? I will, work on this workspace in just a moment. But let me just check if there's anything else that we need to do right here. If we go down all the way to this chat panel, we can provide the app data over here as well. So file data, if it's there, then file data.title or workspace.title. And when it comes to the code panel, I think we can just leave it as it is for now. Let's go to our page. Sorry, not this one. In main workspace page, where we are calling this workspace client, right? So let me just actually add the type for this workspace in this workspace client props. It will be this workspace data type. So we have not created it yet. So let's go to our types right here. I'll create it like inside of this workspace ts. Oh, I think we have already workspace data, right? So we can import it. Yep, something like this. Okay, that's fine. Let's go back to page.tsx. And now right here, we are going to be keeping workspace as null because this is where we are going to be fetching our workspace, right? So let me just provide it over here, and we will, change all of these placeholders over here as well. Actually, let me just do that right now. So user plan is going to be user.plan, and user credits will be user.credits. And all of these things, this and this workspace is going to be coming from our server actions. So we will create a simple database query so that we can fetch all of these from our database, right? So why don't we go and work on that first? So let me actually just revert both of these for now. Let me go on and check if our app is looking good. Let's refresh this. And this is showing us generation failed because it won't work right now, right? It just tried to go in and fetch and something went wrong. Let me see what went wrong actually. So it returned us 404, which means this route is not found. I guess I have written it incorrectly over here. Let me have a look. So Gen AI code, this is fine. API/Gen AI code. All right, so looks like there was something wrong. I was trying to run this, but this was not running. So I made a couple of changes inside of route.ts file. So first of all, over here, I've put this else inside of this if right here of part.thought. It should be outside here, right? That is, if it is not thought, then we're going to be adding it to do accumulated. And then on the top right here, when it comes to our user, we can find the user just by using the clerk ID. We don't need to use this ID right here, and save this. And now if you refresh your app right here, you'll see something like this. It is thinking over here, and we should see more steps over here as well. Let's wait, and this should work. Also here in our workspace client, so we're getting this workspace from the prompt right here, right? But here in the workspace ID, instead of apart from null, we can provide workspace ID as well. So you can see it is defining the vision and all, basically the AI is working for us. So here I can add workspace.id as well. Cool. Let's just go on now and create our server actions as I mentioned. Then we can go on and fix other errors if there's any. I'll just keep my home page open so that this does not make calls again and again to the AI. So to create server actions, we are going to be creating a folder right here outside this app, new folder for actions. And we're going to be creating workspace.ts file right here. So basically these are just like our API calls, but these are for Next.js internally, right? So there's no endpoint that is exposed over here. And this is pretty simple. Let me show you. So first one that I will make is get workspace user. So this will return us workspace user promise. Let's import this type that we have created already. So basically we are importing auth from clerk and checking first of all if user is signed in or not. So if user is not signed in, we're going to redirect them. So make sure to import from next/navigation. Otherwise, we're going to check if user is inside of our database. So I'm finding inside of our database. If not, I'm going to return the user to slash. Otherwise, we're going to return user. Okay. After this, we are going to be getting the workspace by ID if workspace exists, right? So I'll say export async function get workspace by ID. It'll take workspace ID and user ID right here. and again return us with the workspace data. We're doing db.workspace.find unique with the ID of the workspace if there's any workspace and the user ID, and select the ID, title, messages, and the file data so that we can load it inside of our app. Okay, let's go to our page.tsx, and here right after this I'll say if workspace, if ID is there, then I'll say workspace equals await get workspace by ID. We'll import it, and also we'll call the other function as well right here, get workspace user. So now we get the user details so that we can replace it right here. So I'll just replace both of them over here so you can properly see all the data. Oops, I think I replaced the wrong one. So basically user ID and user credit, right? And user ID will be user.id right here. And yeah, I think most of it is basically should work right here. Let's go on and check if it is working. If I go back to my app, first of all, let me see if it has added anything inside of our DB. Yeah, it has not added. That's fine. Let's go on and try creating something. I'll say same prompt. I'll click on generate and it should go to our /workspace. Okay, it is thinking now. Let's wait. Okay, it is defining the project scope, outlining the key features. Let's see if things are working fine up until now. Let's see if it does something actually and pushes this inside of our database or not. Okay, it is saving what went wrong. Something didn't go as planned. Let's see. Okay, we have some error right here. Unable to start a transaction in given time. Okay, there's one error. Another one is this one. So stream error. Okay, let's figure out both of them. And I think the reason for that is we are using the transaction over here, right? Where is it? This thing. And we're using array transaction. Instead of array transaction, we could potentially use over here the functions transaction. So basically what you have to do over here is instead of this, I'll create a function, something like this, or a callback. It will be an asynchronous callback. I'll say tx and take the whole code. So I'll just take this closing bracket right here and let's see where it's closing over here. Instead of this, I'll just close it, something like this. And instead of db now, and by the way, this has to be removed from here like this. And instead of db right here, we are going to be using this tx that we are getting from the transaction. Right, so I'll just say tx. And by the way, over here, I'll say const ws for workspace. Let me just replace all this db first. db over here. Anywhere else? Don't think so. Let's remove this comma from here as well. And in the end, oh, by the way, we have to say await here before the update. Where else? We have to say await here as well and here. And then in the end, I'll just return this workspace right here. And after this, we can also provide it with some sort of timeout on after how long it will time out. Now, in our case, this will go on for quite a long time. To test it out, I'll just give it 300,000 around 5 minutes. So let's say 200,000 just to test it out. We can change it later on so that it has enough time to test it. So it's 200 seconds. Let's try building the same thing. So Spotify stats dashboard. Let's click on generate. Okay, it is thinking, defining the objective. Okay, looks good up until now. Let's just wait. Okay, now it is going pretty fast. All right, there we go. It has created it. And you can see how awesome this looks. It has created the complete Spotify dashboard and everything, right? You can see in the code as well. Now, there's one more option if you have a slow computer, which I'll tell you right here. Instead of transaction, what you can do, you can do something like this. You can make separate DB calls like this. Const workspace equals workspace ID. You can just take them out of inside of the transaction and first workspace, save the workspace, and then update the user, something like this. And then it will also work. And you can see it has updated the ID and everything in the URL. And let's go inside of the Supabase database, refresh this. And there we go. It is working flawlessly. You can see all of the files as well inside of it. You can expand it to have a look, the messages and everything. Great. So this is working flawlessly up until this point. Now what I want to do quickly is I want to add rate limiting to this API endpoint, right? So we don't want anyone else to misuse our API endpoint, right? Since it is exposed, and we are going to be using Arcjet to do it. So we've already installed Arcjet, right? So why don't we go on and initialize the Arcjet client now, and then we can quickly add it inside of our route. So inside of this lib folder right here, I'm going to create a new file. called arcjet.ts. And inside of this, simply we are going to be doing something like this. So not just rate limiting, we are going to be adding rate limiting, prompt injection, to check the types of prompts who try to jailbreak Gemini or some other LLM. And if user has provided any sensitive information in there, we don't want any of these. So I'll say export const aj equals arcjet, and let's import this first. So I'll import arcjet, token bucket, detect prompt, all of the different things that we'll be using right here, right? So inside of arcjet now, I'll provide it with the API key that we have copied already in the .env, right? So key process.env arcjet key, and it will track us or track the user with respect to the user ID, right? So every single user has a unique clerk ID, right? So it will be using that, and it's going to make sure that only that user gets these, like we are able to track that particular user's rate limiting and all, because there are more options to track, right? And apart from user ID, they have like IP and all. If you don't write it, it will track it using IP. But what about public networks, right? Then it won't make any sense. So inside this rules, I will have something called as token bucket, which we have already imported. So what will token bucket do over here? So this will decide per user rate limiting. So let me show you. It will have mode live. So mode can be either dry run or live. I'll just put it live over here. Refill rate is 5. That is 5 tokens every 60 seconds, so that user cannot, spam API calls inside of our API. And you can see interval is 60 seconds and maximum capacity is 5 right here. Okay, cool. Now after that, we can add the option to check if the prompt injection is going on over here, right? So I'll say detect prompt injection, mode to be live. And also for sensitive information, we have this sensitive information function right here. So you see how many things comes out of the box from Arcjet pre-built, right? So after we have created this, we are going to be making use of this inside of our API. So inside of API route.ts, and I think we did leave any comment for Arcjet, right? Let me just search. Yeah, there it is. So right here, first of all, we'll check what is the latest prompt from the user. So first of all, we will get the very latest message from the user, or the last message. So I'll say last user message equals all the messages, and I'll reverse it to find the very first message from that particular user. So find returns the first thing it finds, and I'll take the content out of it, right? So we can check different things from inside of it. So I'll say const decision equals await aj. So we're gonna be importing it from @lib that we have just now created. So aj.protect, and I'm gonna provide it with the request, and request comes from somewhere. Wait, let me check. Yep, we've already taken it right here in the post, right? So yeah, I forgot about that. I'm going to say that user has requested one token. You can say user ID is this, with respect to which we will be checking it, and detect prompt injection message. And we're providing the last user message right here. Okay, cool. And with respect to that, after that, I'm going to say if decision.is denied. So we're going to return the response accordingly. Right, so I'll say return response.json, message whatever the decision is, and request has been blocked with the status 429, right? And yeah, with that, Arcjet will be able to protect our API calls. If we go on and check inside of the Arcjet dashboard, arcjet.com, there it is. I've opened this. Let's go on and try to, make another prompt right here. I'm just going to say implement light and dark mode. Press enter. Okay, the agent is thinking, or the AI is thinking. And by the way, we can see it has added more functionality over here, right? It is a full-fledged app right here. So let's wait for it to do it. You can see all of the thinking and stuff right here on the chat. Okay, so looks like we have some sort of error right here. Let me have a look. Request. Okay, I think it takes a little bit different type of request object. Okay, I think I know what's wrong over here. And that is because this request object can be consumed only once, right? So we've been consuming it over here. So what I'm thinking is I have created a new request object for Arcjet, something like this. So new request with request.url, Arcjet request with method, header, and body as well, right? So we are passing it right here. And now let's try to do it if it works. So I'm going to say implement dark and light mode. Let's see if it works. Okay, so it is thinking and it is initiating the implementation. Let's wait for it. All right, there we go. Looks like it has worked this time. Let's try it out. Wow, this is working awesome. You can see. We can switch to light and dark mode now, and it is working flawlessly. If you go to Arcjet, we can see the previous errors right here. But yeah, it will show us all the different things accordingly with respect to our app, right? Which request was blocked and which went through, right? Great. And you can see we have consumed 2 credits right here. It shows 58 credits. Earlier it was 60 credits. So yeah, this is working fine now. Great. All right. So now what I want to do is I want to make a couple of changes over here and also add one feature that we forgot to add. And that is to stop the generation by clicking on the stop button. So let's say when our app is generating, we should show a stop button right here as well, right? So I'll just come down to the bottom. So over here, you can see there's a paragraph tag, right? Enter to send, shift for new line. So right here, what I'll do, I'll also add another line that when the generation is going on or is improving going on, we can show click stop to stop generation, right? And let's add this somewhere around here. So you see this button right here, this is to start the generation, right? So right here, we will be adding this condition as well. So I'm gonna wrap it in curly braces and I'll say if is generation or is improving is true, question mark, then I'm gonna show another button right here with square icon, right? Class names will be similar like height 7, width 7, etc. And we'll create this on stop function right here, which will enable us to stop the generation. So right here, actually this stop like on stop will come from outside of this. So from right here, I'll add this on stop over here on the interface. So let's go to our workspace client.t and we're gonna be taking over here 2 refs. So right below this, so generate abort ref, which will be of type abort controller. It will be a ref, so it will maintain the state if the generation is going on or if it's aborted or not. Similarly, for improve as well, we're gonna be adding improve with agent feature later on, right? So I mean, we will be implementing this later on, right? But still, I'm just adding it right here so that we can use it later on. Okay, so let's see where this will be used. I think it will be used inside of our handle generate as well. So right over here, right below this set status log, I'm going to be taking a new abort controller right here. And I'll say generate abort ref.current equals this abort controller, right? And on the bottom, we will be adding it in the finally as well right here. So generate abort ref.current equals null. And then finally, after this handle generate, I'm going to create this function called handle stop, which will simply say something like this: generate abort ref.current.abort, right? Simple as that. And we'll simply provide it right here. So on stop equals this handle stop, and this will work flawlessly. You can try it out. Also here in workspace client, I forgot to add one thing. Here in the fetch below the header, I'll have to say signal to be abort controller.signal. Also right here in the catch for this toast.error, we have to add if error instance of this error and error is of the abort error, then we're gonna remove the message, the latest message. So let's go on and try it out. So let's say something like improve the theme. Right, I'll send it, and if I click on stop right here, yep, you can see it has stopped. Awesome, so it's working flawlessly. All right, now next, let's go on and make this icon work for adding the images inside of our app. You know what, actually, before that, we can add the user profile picture right here, right? We have not added that yet. So let's go to our app inside of chat panel itself, and let's see, where were we rendering the messages? I think right here, yep, over here. So yep, we have left the space for this one to add user images. We will need the user object over here as well. So I'm going to say use user from clerk/Next.js, and we'll take out the user from it. And then if we go right there, I'm going to say if user.image URL is there, then simply render this image tag right here. Otherwise, we are going to be rendering users name's first letter, right? So let's see. There we go. It looks something like this. It looks a bit weird right now. Let me fix it. I think instead of adding it on the top over here, we can rather add it right over here below this div on the right side. That looks more like it. Oh yeah, one more thing. If we are uploading the image over here, right? If we have any image from any previous prompt that we have provided as a reference, we also need to add that over here. So yeah, for this message.image URL, yeah. So we can render that over here as well. You'll get to know as we add the upload image functionality. I think this is all right. This looks pretty fine to me. Let's move forward. All right, now next for our agents messages, we want to format it a little bit. As I mentioned earlier, we are going to be using React Markdown, something like this. Let's import it right on the top. So something like this. And we are going to be changing some class names over here. So notice properly what I'm about to do. So currently, if you go to our app, it looks something like this, right? A bit raw over here. And let's say if I save my file now with React Markdown, see, it looks something like this. It has highlighted these things and all over here. Right, now let make it a little bit better. So here in the class name, I'm going to add pros, pros small, and pros invert. So these three come from at Tailwind CSS typography plugin. And this is a base class that applies sensible typography default to the raw HTML. Right, so after this, I'll simply be adding simpler styles like max width none, some text size, leading relaxed, text height 70, percent opacity, wrap, break, word. Right, so we wrap them in the next line. So see, it looks something like this now. Apart from this, let me add a few more classes over here and then I'll explain you each one. So these over here, let's break them down. So basically these over here are what we call as selectors, and these are used for basically targeting the child, or let's say in this case we are targeting all the code inside of this message.content, right? So for all of them we are providing separate classes, like for example rounded, background white, some horizontal padding, some vertical padding, text blue 300, etc, 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 right? So it will start to look something like this. You see how beautiful it is looking right now if there's any code over there. Awesome. Let's make more changes over here. Let's see, we have, I think, already added the app title over here, right? Yep, that is fine. We have added it. Now, if user has no credits or they have exhausted all of their credits, we also want to show over here the message for them to upgrade. Also, right above this text area where we are taking the input, above this div, if the user does not have any credits left or they have exhausted the credits, we are going to show them the message for upgrading, right? So I'll say no credits and I'll add a div over here. Inside of this div, I'll simply be showing a paragraph tag which will say you have used all of your credits, and then I'll have a span tag. Inside of this, I'll just have a button for upgrading the plan. So I'll have the sparkles icon with upgrade plan. For this div, I'll give it the class name of some margin horizontal of 3, margin bottom of 2, some rounded border at 500, some background, and some padding. Let's go on and check it out. I'll just make it true over here temporarily. There we go. We can see it just like this. You have used all your credits. We can click on it and we can see you are out of credits, and we can, upgrade it basically. Okay, fine. So let's revert it. Cool. Now finally, let's go on and add the image upload functionality inside of our application. And we are going to be using Supabase for that as well. So if you see inside of Supabase, right here, we have this storage option, right? Where we can create a new bucket. Let's click on new bucket right here, and I'm gonna enter name workspace image. Let's make it public bucket and click on create right here. Also, we need to add some access policies to this bucket. So I'll just come to this SQL editor right here and I'll run this. First of all, create policy, allow public read on storage.objects for select to public using this bucket ID right here. I'll also allow public uploads. So I will run this command as well, create policy, allow public upload on this for insert to public with check this particular workspace. So run this. All right, that's done. And if you go to the in storage, right here, you will see that the policies have been created. Great. That is exactly what we wanted. Now, if I go back to my app, I need to install one package over here so that we can work with Supabase. I'll say npm install at supabase/supabase-js. Press enter. There we go. It is installed. Now right here in the chat panel itself, now we're going to be needing a couple of environment variables from Supabase. So right now we have just these two, but to access this storage and stuff, we need to go to project settings and to API keys. Let's go right here. First of all, we are going to be needing the anon key or the anonymous key. So right over here, I'm going to write it out and I'll say next public Supabase anon. The other thing we're going to be needing is next public Supabase URL, which is, if you go right here, I think we can find it right here in the project overview. So click on connect, click on framework. There it is. Let's copy it up and paste it right here. Awesome. Now coming back to the chat panel.tsx, I'm going to be creating a new Supabase client right here. So on the top, we're not creating it in lib or something like that because this is just going to be using right here. Like this will be just used over here. So let's import it. So let me manually import it over here. So create client from /supabase -js. Okay. Now right here we left the spaces for these states, right? So we are going to be taking two states for the pending image, that is the one which has not been uploaded, is uploading, and also the reference to that particular file, right? So file ref, which will be of type HTML input element. Okay, let's first go to that button on the bottom or somewhere around here, right? Yep, there it is. This is where we are supposed to add the functionality. So first of all, this will be disabled if is generating is going on, is improving is going on, is uploading is going on, or if user does not have any credits. I'll improve the class name by saying disable with opacity 40 with some hover classes over here as well. Now inside of it, we also want to show is uploading. So if it's uploading, we're going to show the loader, otherwise paperclip icon. Now when we click on this button, we want to click on the file ref. That is a hidden input right here, because obviously button cannot take the input of image, right? So we are going to be creating a hidden input, something like this. So ref is going to be file ref, type file, accept images, class name, hidden. On change, we're going to trigger handle file change, which obviously we have not created. We will create it in just a moment. Let me just create a empty function for now for this. So const handle file change, it will take an event of react.change event. And let's go back down. I think there's one more thing that we need to do, is that when we select a file, we need to show it somewhere, right? So I think I've already left the space for it. Yep, there it is. Pending image preview thumbnail. So let me just bring it in real quick over here so that you guys can see. It will look something like this. If pending image URL is there, we're going to show a div with the image inside of it, right? A button to remove it. So a X button over here, something like this. And on click, we're going to set the pending image to null. That's like very basic stuff, and class name and all, I've already explained these, so you guys can get an idea. Okay, cool. So let's go on now and write that function that we just left empty over here, handle file change. And then we're gonna make a few changes in our handle submit over here as well. You can see we have left the to do for it. So first of all, inside of it, we're gonna take the file. So e.target.files, 0th index, we're gonna needing one file over here. If file does not exist or file type does not start with the image, we're gonna return it. That is, it's not an image. And set is uploading to true over here. Okay. Then I'm going to put try catch block over here. And I'm going to say, I'm going to extract the extension for the file. So file.name.split by this dot over here. And then we're going to set the path, something like this. So user ID /workspace./timestamp.extension. Okay, so to create it, I'll just say something like this: user ID /workspace ID or new, whatever it is. And for the name of the file, we can say date.now.extension. Okay, and then finally we can upload it inside of the Supabase. So I'll say await supabase.storage. This is how you do it. .from this workspace image that we created. .upload in this path, and this file is what we're supposed to upload, and upsert, that is update or insert. And we're going to take out the error from inside of it. If there's any error, we're going to check. So I'll just say if error, then throw this particular error right here. Otherwise, I'll say const data supabase.storage, and we're going to take that particular URL for that particular image, right, for this path. So we're going to get the data, and I'll say set pending image URL to this data.public URL. That is all. And inside of catch, I don't think we need to do anything. We can keep it silent. If you want, you can show some toast over here. So let me just do something like toast.error. Import this toast from Sonar. Toast.error to be error.message. What's the issue over here? Okay, error is of type unknown. We can say something like error as error.message. Or better, you can do something like this. Error instead of error, then error.message. Otherwise, we're gonna wrap it in a string, right? And we can show it right here. And finally, obviously, as I showed, set is uploading to false and file ref.current.value to empty. And yeah, that should have helped us to upload our image. Let's go inside of handle submit over here. And yep, right here. After we have submitted it, I'm going to say set pending image URL to null. And yeah, I guess that should have done it. Let's go on and test it out. So here is our app. Where is it? Right here. How about we get the Spotify logo? So I'll say Spotify logo right here. I'll just save it inside of my computer. Let's go on and select it using our file. So I've selected it. Okay, it's starting to appear over here. And I'll say use this logo as our app logo. Press enter. Let's see if it actually works or not. Okay, so I actually realized the image is not getting passed to our messages, and it looks like it has generated a logo of its own. So I figured out what the bug is inside of our code. So over here you can see on generate, it needs to get pending image URL as well over here, right? So that it can provide it to over here, right? This image URL. So now it should work. Let me just try it again. It has generated this random logo. I'll do one thing. I'll just get another logo over here, probably something like this. I'll just save it and I'll try to go over here and upload this logo. Use this attached image as logo of our app. Okay, now it is coming over here in our messages. That is a good sign. So now we should see it. Yes, we can see implementing the image replacement, refining the sidebar image. Let's wait. All right, there we go. We can see this right here. It's a bit small. We can, potentially ask it to make it 16 by 9 or something like that by providing it the aspect ratio over here. But yeah, you get the idea, right? It is working fine right now. So cool. Let's move forward. All right, now after this, I want to install a package over here. npm install react-spinners for showing some loading indicator right here. So we're going to go inside of the code panel right here. And we want to add a loading indicator. I think this is the place where we want to add it. So when our app is getting generated, we are going to be showing the whole overlay on top of it, right? So let me show you what type of loading I'm going to be showing here. So I'll go to this React Spinners website and we have ring loader over here. Yep, something like this. So this is to give like AI type of feel, right? That AI is doing its work. So right here in the curly braces, I'm going to say is generating and is improving. If that is true, then I'll have a div right here. And by the way, I don't think I have declared is improving over here. So let me just get it from over here, right here. I'll put it here as well. So this will be Boolean, right? So I'll just remove it over here so that I remember what else is remaining right here. Okay, so if it is generating or it is improving, we are going to show something inside of it. We are going to first of all show an overlay in form of this div. So I'll say class name, absolute, at0, some z-index, flex column, and this will be displayed in the center. That's why item center, justify center, and backdrop blur. And inside of it, I'll show a ring loader over here with some color that you want over here, size and speed multiplier. Right, let me just import this ring loader. So we're going to be importing it right here on the top from React-Spinners. And below this, I'll be showing a div. Instead of which I'll say if is improving is true, then we're going to show improve with Cline AI, or you can also show improving with AI agent. And then after that, we're going to be showing the status log right here, whatever the status log is. Else we're going to show generating. And I'm going to say this usually takes 10 to 20 seconds. So let me add this status log over here as well. So this will come from over here. Sorry, not here, over here. Yep, status log. And we need to supply it to this sandpack inner over here. So that is what I'll do. I'll provide it and let's go inside of it. I'll take the status log here, and the status log will basically be a status step, right? Which we've already taken over here. Let me just remove it from the to do. Okay, now it's not giving us the error anymore. What's wrong here? Is improving is missing in the type. Okay, so I guess we have not added is improving. Yes, we have added. What's wrong? Oh, we're not providing it from over here. So I'll say is improving to be is improving, and obviously we don't have it right here, so it's going to come from right here. So I'll just say is improving, and let's take it on the types right here. I'll say is improving to be Boolean. Let's provide it over here from the workspace client. I think this will also start to give us error. Yep, see. So I'll provide it with the is improving over here. Again, this does not exist here as well, since we have not started working on the is improving yet, or the improvement feature yet. So on the top right here below the status log, I'll just put this is improving for now. We're going to be, adding it later on, obviously. Cool. I think this should work. How about we go on and try to do something? We should see the overlay right here. First of all, I just made it true for now just to check. And you can see it is working fine. Okay, let's try to provide it with an actual prompt. Let's just revert it. Okay, I'll say make the logo 16:9. Currently it's small. Okay, you can see it is thinking. As we will see the different steps right here. See, analyzing the logo's location, it will change it over here as well, right? So this is super cool. I think there's a bit too much space on the top, so I guess you guys can fix the margin top or padding top over here according to the requirement. Okay, let's see if it actually fixes the logo or not. All right, there we go. We can see the proper logo now. Amazing how beautiful our app has started to look with all of these different awesome features. Right, now one more thing apart from the loading indicator, I think we have to also handle the error, right? So what if our app throws any error? Also, after the generation is complete, let's make sure to switch to the preview tab if we are on the code tab. So I've left this to do right here, as you can see. So instead of this, I'll just say a use effect. If file data is there, set active tab to preview. If there's something inside of the file data or something changes inside of the file data, right? That's why we have put it inside of this dependencies array right here. Okay, now let's go on and handle the errors. So right here, as you can see, I've again left the to do for it. So first of all, let me just show you how we are going to be rendering it. So right below our sandpack layout is where we are going to be rendering our banner. So we will have a div right here, position absolute, insert x0, bottom to be -3, z, index to be 20, border is going to be at the top only, border red to be 500, and some background red over here. Okay, let me just check if we have given position relative for this. I don't think we have. Let me just say relative, so it renders right inside of it. Oh wait, not over here. I think it must be, yeah, this one. This is the div. Okay, it already has the relative. Nice. Inside this div, we're going to be taking another div which will contain, first of all, an alert triangle icon. Then it will have the text preview error with the preview error state. So let me actually take it on the top right here. So yeah, over here along with the listen. Actually, I'll have one more, which is unsubscribe ref for tracking the errors and stuff. Right, so again at the bottom right here, after this div, we are going to be having a button which will call a on fix error function with this preview error. Right, again this on fix error will come from outside. Let me just render this wand over here. Let me just provide this from over here. So I'll say on fix error. Let's take it inside of our types over here as well, and I'll get rid of this and supply it actually from our workspace client. So workspace client here in the code panel. All this will do is we're going to be calling the handle generate function with this prompt. So there is an error in the preview with this error, please fix it. Like simple as that. So let's go inside of code panel again. Oh, wait, I think I have taken it at the wrong place if I'm not wrong. No, I think it's fine, but I have to take it over here as well in the code panel props. So I'll just take this on fix error, provide it to this, and then go down here in code panel at this on fix error and probably pass it to this sandpack inner. Yep, something like this. Okay, let's go right here. Make sure it's working fine. Yes, that's fine. And we will only render this div if there's any preview error, right? So why don't we just add any example error over here? Error in the app, something like this. Let's go and check how we can see this. Okay, we get an error over here. Const declaration must be initialized. Hold on a second. I'll just remove this from right here. For now, we can do something like, if you go down to the bottom over here. So this is the div, right? Okay, let's wrap it in curly braces. I'll say if preview error is there and is generating is false, is improving is false, and active tab is equals to preview, only then we will show it. Let's just make sure this is working fine with this for now. And I guess it is. Let's do one thing. Let's just write the logic, then we will go on and test it out later on. First of all, over here, I'll be adding a use effect, which will say if is generating is true, then we'll set preview error to null, right? Whenever we trigger the generation again, let me just, disable ESLint like React hook set state in effect. This is, just because of React compiler, I don't need to worry about it. Yeah, so apart from this, we are going to be having another use effect over here, which will have listen inside of it. And now we can listen to errors inside of it. So notice what I'll have this unsubscribe ref dot current over here, and we will say listen, and this will take a callback inside of it. Now inside this callback, we will check for different types of sandpack error. Like first of all, I'll check if message type is equals to action, and looks like, oh yeah, we're gonna be taking out message from right here. Dot type equals to action, and action in this message type, and this dot action is equals to show error, right? There are different types of errors. I checked it from their documentation. So this one was basically for sandpack bundle error. After this, we are going to be worrying about the compile errors when message.type equals to compile. And after this, after this, we will have success. That is if there is no error, message.type equals success. Okay, nice. After this whole thing is done, we can also, clear it out. So unmount it. So when we unmount it, I'll say unsubscribe.current, and we will call it right here. Okay, let's go on and check if everything is fine or not. Why don't we go on and explicitly introduce some error inside of our app. So let's go to Supabase. Inside of our workspace, let's see our code. So we have our code right here. Let's load full value, expand it. And here, why don't we introduce some error like adding two semicolon, or probably just randomly adding a comma somewhere, and save the changes. This should break our app, I guess. Yep, it is breaking our app. But for some reason, again, we cannot see that error on the bottom. Probably because we are supposed to take it out from somewhere else. Like this is being called right here. This is fine. This is just a function. So instead of sandpack error, we have preview error. We are setting the preview error over here. This should work. I think there's something wrong inside of with our div over here, the way we are rendering it. Right now, so what I'm thinking is, so I'll just take this error from over here and paste it outside of this div. So now let's see. Yep, there we go. We can see the error, the preview error right here. Now we can click on this fix with AI, and this should fix it. So why don't we go and try it out? So if I click on fix with AI, okay, it has prompted itself with this error right here. Nice. Let's allow it to think and fix it. Okay, it says it's identifying the error. All right, there we go. It has fixed our error and removed those extra comma and stuff that we added manually. Okay, amazing. So the basic functionality of our app is in the place. Now, let's get to the main event, and that is adding the agentic flow to our app using Cline SDK. As I already showed you, here it is. Here is the Cline SDK, and we will be using it to create the agentic workflow inside of our application. And again, you can find the link to the docs in the description down below. We've already installed it, right? Let's click on read the docs. And this is where you can go and you can understand different tools. Like for example, we will be using like read files, or you can also create custom tools right here, right? Which I will show you how you can do as well, right? Let's close all of this and go to our app and API. I'll create a new folder for improve. And again, this access to this improve feature is only given to our pro users. I'll create a new file, route.ts. By the way, we do need to add a few changes to this next config, because we are going to be using Cline SDK inside of our server actions or server components, right? That is the APIs. So we do need to tell Next.js that these will be running as an external packages inside of our server. So here inside of it, I'll say server external packages and just add all of these different things right here, which Cline is going to be using. Okay, save this and close it. So let us first go and understand how this improve with agent feature helps us. So obviously over here, you can see I'm not subscribed to any plan. So it's asking me to subscribe. So I'll click on resubscribe right here. Click on subscribe. There we go. Oh, actually, we need pro plan to access this, right? So let's subscribe to pro plan instead of starter. Okay, continue. All right, there we go. Now, notice how big of a change this will make inside of our app. So over here, I'll just say, make the UI more like modern SaaS apps. And I'm going to click on go right here. And you'll notice that Cline is thinking, or you can also say agent is thinking over here. And this has started an agentic loop behind the scenes. You can see it is taking files one by one and it is updating them. Right? Earlier it was taking our whole code base and updating it. But now the things have changed. It is working on specific files over here and is using the reasoning behind the scenes. So again, you can see it is considering different files right here. And after it has gotten the code, it will update it inside of our app. And there we go. It has completely changed the look of our app, right? How awesome it is looking right now. Amazing. It looks definitely like an app that is built in 2026 with the modern tools, right? Amazing. Let's go on and build it. So first of all, again, this will be a post request, right? Just like Gen AI code route. Let me just minimize these. So yeah, something like this. So we are going to be taking this over here as well. And again, just like previously, we are going to first check if your user is logged in or not. Actually, let me just copy up until this point. We will make the change along the way. So inside this, I'll paste it. Let's import auth at clear/next/server. Okay, if user is unauthorized, we'll check it over here. Then we're going to take out the content from our body and we will be sending it user ID. That's fine. Workspace ID. And instead of this messages, we will say user request in string form what user wants to improve over here. And also obviously our file data as well. So make sure to import from @/types. Let's also make sure to import this next request from next/server. After this, if you go inside of your Gen AI code API, you can see we have added Arcjet. So I want you guys to add Arcjet inside of this API as well. And after that, we are going to be checking if user exists inside of our database. So just copy it up. Apart from these, we will also be checking if they are using ProPlan or not. So let me copy it up and paste it right here. Make sure to import this per generation. Make sure to import this DB over here as well. And we are also going to check if user.plan is not equals to pro, then we're gonna return that upgrade required. And it says plan does not exist on this type. Okay. So apart from these, I'm going to take plan to be true from our database. So true. Okay. After this, again, text encoder, I've already explained all of these things. And we are going to be streaming. So we are going to be needing this as well. So I'll just copy this thing up and we will remove the content inside of it. Obviously, we are going to be writing something else. I'll show you step by step. So I'll just remove everything that is inside of this. How long is it? Yeah, up until this point. Actually, we are going to be needing this controller, I believe. Yes. And this as well. So let me just get rid of everything inside of this try block or just this whole try block itself. So I'll just minimize it and just get rid of this try block up until this point. Okay, cool. So this is like the basic structure of our app. And in the end, again, we will be returning text/event stream, no cache, keep alive. Okay. Apart from that, we are also going to be needing this because this is also going to be a serverless action that might run for longer time, right? So that's why we're exporting these from over here. And also we are going to be needing this, where is it? This SSE event, right? So that when our agent is thinking, we can display it over here. So on the top, I'll import this SSE event over here as well, which we will use while building it. All right, cool. Now let's get down back to over here and on readable stream, we're getting the chunks over here, different chunks of readable stream. And over here, we are going to be keeping a variable called patched files with type string and the code inside of it, the name of the file and the code of the file. So we will provide it with all of the files right here, right? And we will patch these files one by one as required by the agent. Let's also keep a variable for the final summary. Okay. Now, after this is where our main logic start. And the way how a agent works when you're using something like Cline SDK, that you create different tools. Like you can use pre-existing tools inside of it as well, which Cline provides like a lot of tools to you. Or you can do something like what I'm about to do is like creating a tool. So tool number 1 will be for updating the file as required, right? So the agent calls this once per file it wants to change, and we will, emit a file patch SSE event. So Sandpack updates live in the browser as each file is patched. All right. So below it, we have to import something called as create tool from Cline SDK. So on the top, I'll actually import agent and create tool both. Agent will be used later on. So this create tool will take an object. And inside this, it takes a bunch of different things like something like this, right? Name of our tool, description of our tool, etc., etc. So I'll show you one by one. So name over here can be update file. Let me just assign it. So const update file tool. After that, we can provide it with the description, something like this: update or rewrite a file in the React sandbox. You can change it according to you as required. Now we need to provide it with the schema of the data, right? So this is very robust. So the chances of error reduces a lot, right? So to define a proper schema, the input schema, we are going to be needing Zod. So you might have heard of Zod validation library. It's used a lot while working with forms as well. So I'm going to say npm install Zod and press enter. There we go. It is installed. And after this, I'll say input schema, right? And I'll say Z, that will be imported from Zod dot object. And then inside of this, we are going to be taking different input fields, right? Like first of all, can be path. So it will be string, and this will be a file path exactly as it appears, right? Like /app or whatever. So it knows what file it is working on. Second thing will be the code for that particular file. So complete contents of the file and the reason why the agent is updating that particular file. After that, we will have a function right after this. I'll say async execute, which takes the path, code, and reason for the updated files right here. And it will, emit our SSE event live so that we can see which file is currently being updated. Now, obviously, inside of my app, I am just showing the name of the file. But what you can do on top of this tutorial is you can show it inside of the code tab. That is right here in the code tab. You can switch to the code tab, and the file that is being updated, you can switch to that file and you can show the code that is being written. That is an amazing feature. And I've left that feature for you guys as an homework. So I would love to see you guys, build something like this, and let me know in the comments below after you have done it. Right, and after that, it will just send the message that updated. Okay, yeah, that was our first tool for updating the files, right? Update file tool. After this, we will create another tool. So right after this, I'm going to say tool number 2, done improving. Now agent calls this when all of the files are updated. As you can see, I've mentioned in the comments. And this is the command. There's lifecycle.completes run equals true, which will tell the Cline SDK loop to stop when the file is updated and it is done improving all the files. Okay, so after this, let me show you what will happen inside of it. So let's call it done improving tool. Inside of it, let's give it the name of done improving and some description over here. We will give it the input schema, which will come from the agent, which will basically be a summary on what it has done, how many files it has updated or something like that. After this is the field lifecycle. So it has completes run to be true. And if you click on it and go inside of it, you can see inside of their npm package, they've mentioned it as well, whether a successful call to the tool completes the current run. That's why we're using right here. After this is done, we're gonna be calling this execute with the summary, with the final summary and return. All right, and yeah, these are both of the tools that we'll be using. Let's move forward. Let me just minimize them over here. After this, we are going to be serializing the current files for the context. Just add the comment. So basically, we will give agent all the current files as the context in the system prompt, so it knows exactly what it is working with. So here, I'll create the file context, something like this, so object.entries. I think we have done it previously, right? In the previous endpoint, file data.files. It will take all of the path and the code for each and every file. Will join them something like this. After this, finally, we are going to be creating our agent over here. So const agent equals new agent. Yep, this also comes from Cline SDK. Inside of this takes a bunch of information like provider ID, which is Gemini in this case. It also takes the model ID. And here you can provide your specific model that you are looking to use, right? In my case, I'm using Gemini 3.5 Flash, so we're going to be using that over here. Then you can provide the API key for that particular model. If you're using Claude or GPT, whatever, you can do that over here. It will work similarly. Then we have max iteration. You can just actually check their docs whenever you get stuck in something like this, which is beyond this tutorial. Like probably the correct provider ID, the model ID, etc. Everything is in their documentation. Max iterations can be 8. And after that, we are going to be providing it with a system prompt. I'll keep it in the backticks. It will also have the access to our tools. So I've provided update file tool and done improving tool over here. And also we can provide the tool policies if there's any human intervention needed, right? So I'll say tool policies, update file, auto approve to be true, and same for done improving as well. We don't want any human intervention in this case. Okay, cool. Let's just write our system prompt. So actually it's quite long. So I want you to copy it from my GitHub repository. So make sure to click the link in description to my Git repo and right here. Yep, this is the prompt. Make sure to copy it from here till right here and paste it inside of this system prompt. So check this out. You are an expert React developer improving live browser preview app. This app uses React functional components, blah, 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 whatever that we have over here, right? Here are the current files and everything. And we have provided some rules, right? We have mentioned the workflow that call update file for each file that needs to change. And once they are done, you can call done improving. So agent has the file context and all of this information right here. Great. Now, after this, after creating the agent, we're going to be having a try catch block right here. And we need to stream the agent's reasoning to the chat panel, right? Our app's chat panel. So that is what we're going to be doing over here. Like there's an event type called assistant text delta, which fires as the agent types its reasoning, right? We will emit these as thinking events, which will be shown in the chat panel, obviously. So I'm going to say agent dot subscribe. We will get the event right here. For each and every event, we're going to be enqueuing it. So I'll say event dot type to be assistant text delta, and event text is there. Then we're going to be calling the SSE event, just like I've explained you earlier. It's going to be thinking text event. After this, if the tool has started working, so if the event type is tool started, then I'll get the name of the tool. So event.tool call.tool name, and the tool, if it's the update file tool, so name equals update file, then const path equals event.tool call.input as this, right? We're going to get the path, and we're going to be adding it right here in the list of our events. Else, if the name is equals to done improving, then we can finally say finalizing improvement. That's all. Now in the end, we can run this agent. So after this, I'm going to say enqueue status Cline agent starting, and we can run the agent like this. Await agent.run with user request. And I guess I forgot to take it out over here. Yeah, instead of this message, this will be a user request over here. Okay, that's fine. Let's check if it is working fine or not. So I'll say if result.status equals failed, then throw new error result.error.message or agent run failed. Then finally, we can, make changes to our database. So I'll get all of the new file data that it has patched, all the dependencies and stuff, and the updated title for our app if it has changed it. And then we've already done this before. We're going to say db.transaction. And yeah, last time the transaction was having some issues, right? So if I go back to over here, where is it? Yep, over here. We've done this separately. So we can do that over here as well. So let's get rid of this transaction over here altogether. And instead of this, I'll say await workspace.update. And wait, we've copied these, right? So just remove this /null over here. This time workspace ID will not be null. So yeah, this is fine now. We are calling both of them separately. After that, we will get the user info. So where ID is user ID, select credits to be true. And then we will emit the final event, which is for done. So SS event, done, file data, summary, all the credits remaining. You can handle it according to you. I'll just be showing done over here. And all of these things will be used to update our code. Inside of the catch, we can show if there's any error right here, right? Something like this. Let's take error. After that, here, and finally, I'll say controller.close. Awesome. And yeah, that's pretty much it. We are going to go on and integrate this API inside of our app next. All right, now we're going to come to this workspace client.tsx file. And right here, if you remember, we have already added this is improving state. So now we're going to be writing a function, which is going to be pretty similar to our handle generate function. So notice, I'll say const handle improve. This will take a use callback right here and have an asynchronous callback inside of it with an dependency array, which will contain credits, is generating, is improving user ID. That is, this function will be recreated only if any of these things change, right? Okay. Now right here, for our base conditions like is generating or is improving. If any of these is true, we're gonna return, not gonna move forward. Credits is less than the minimum credits to generate, then return. Or if our workspace ID ref is not there, then we're gonna return. All right, let's check for our file data as well. So if our current file data is not there, then we're also going to return. Otherwise, we are going to start the improvement. So I'll say set is improving to true, right? After this, we are going to add user message plus empty assistant placeholder immediately over here. So that the placeholder gets updated live as the thinking events that we stream in. Okay, we are going to be having a try catch block right here, and we are going to be making that API call that we just now created. So await fetch /API/improve method post headers will be application/JSON, and body we will send all of these things like user ID, workspace ID, user request, and the file data. Okay, and we'll get the response right here. So after this, I'll check for all the different types of errors. Like if response.status is 403, upgrade to starter or pro plan, it's 402, not enough credits. Else if response is not okay and response.body has any issues, or if it's not there, we're gonna say improve failed. Okay, after this, we are going to have response.body.getReader to get the stream data, right? I've already explained all of these things. This decoder is for the text decode that we were encoding in our API. We're going to take the buffer as well as the accumulated thinking so that we can properly display our thinking over here. Now we're going to be running a while loop. Now, if you remember, we had a similar while loop inside of our handle generate as well, right? So this whole thing, we will copy it up and we will, modify according to us. So I'll just paste it right here and let's see. So inside of it, first of all, we are taking out done and value. Again, I already explained all of these things to decode these. Again, same thing. We are processing the buffer and everything. That's fine. We're doing a for loop over here, line of lines. If line starts with data, continue. Okay. Then we will have a try catch block right here. Event equals just dot parse. Okay, this is also the same. Then we're gonna check if event dot type equals, and I'll say thinking. This time we were sending the thinking label, right? So let's just remove these things from inside of it, and I'll remove it from the else as well. Okay, so if it is thinking, we will append the accumulated thinking text and update the placeholder. Okay, something like this: accumulated thinking plus equals event dot text, right? And we are also going to update the set messages right here with role for assistant. Okay, after that we will get file patch type of event. So file patch events are received here, but intentionally not applied to state per patch. The done event that you will write after it will carry the complete final file data, right? So this was your homework that I mentioned to you, that you will be getting these file patch events right here. So what you can do, you can display them in real time. So let me just add the comments over here, which will help you out to decide and figure out how to do it. After this, we will get the done event. So over here, we will get this. If event.type equals done, then set file data to this event.file data, set credits to event.credits remaining. And again, we will replace the thinking with the final summary of our message that we will get from the backend, right? So something like this. I think at this point must be self-explanatory for you guys, right? In catch, we're not going to do anything. Finally, in the end, I'm going to say toast.error, and I'm going to show the error right here. And I'm going to remove the messages that user sent. Finally, set is improving to false. Okay, that's pretty much it for the handle improve function. Now we can go on and make use of it. So obviously we need to send this is improving to our code panel and chat panel. I think we are already sending it, yes, over here and here as well. Nice. Let's go to chat panel first. We are receiving it over here as well. Is improving. Okay, now we had something like can submit, right? This, let's make sure this is fine. Yes, we already added is improving over here. This is cool. We have we added it in our placeholder for the text area? Yes, we have. So Cline is improving your app. Okay, this is also looking good. For text area, we are disabling it if is improving is going on. And inside of our send button, yes, we have added the improving over here as well. Okay, so this one is not the send button. This one is. Yep. Okay. Yep. All of these look fine. Apart from that, all right, now let's go back to the top right here. And we're going to be taking a few things, a few variables over here, like last message to check what which message was last basically, and is streaming assistant, that is if is improving is true, and last message role is assistant. That is the streaming is going on basically for client. Now we need to come down over here where we were streaming basically for the assistant. So right here below, describe what you want to build. And here, first of all, let me just, change it from just the parenthesis to curly braces. So let's see, where does this go? From right here to here. Okay, I'll put it in a curly brace and then I'll add a return over here. That's fine. Now I'm going to say is last and is live stream. For each and every message, I'll check if it is the last message and is live stream is going on, that is true, and is streaming assistant that we took up there is true as well. So when client will just get started, I will say something like client is thinking, right? So not here actually, below over here somewhere. So over here where we added the logo short, right? We have this div, and inside of this div, actually above this div, I'm going to be adding some conditions right here. First of all, I'll say if is live stream is true and message.content is not there, then I'll simply say client is thinking, because client just now started thinking, right? I'll have this wand icon and I'll have an or over here, or I'll say if is live stream and message.content is there. So I'll say question mark. Then we're going to do something over here. Otherwise, we are just going to be showing our normal message. So this message right here, something like this. So inside of this, what will happen? Let me just take a div so that everything gets properly formatted here first. So yeah, so just like that. Now inside this div, we are going to be rendering all of the reasoning, right? So here I'll add a div with wand icon and agent reasoning, and below it, we can actually render our reasonings. So I'll have a p tag with message.content, whatever that's happening, and like a blinking icon of sorts. You can also use, I think it is using the animate blink over here. So yeah, I think that should do it. So as you can see, we have added this custom blink animation over here, right? So we can add it in our globals.css file right here. Opacity to be 1 from 0 to 100, and 50% it will be 0, right? So it looks like that it is blinking. Okay, so looks like we're done with chat panel. Let's go and work on our code panel. Let's go inside of it. First of all, what are the things that we need from right here? Do we have everything? Yes, we have is improving. That's fine. We need is pro user and app title. Why do we need app title? I forgot. We'll see. So let's go back to workspace client and send both of them. So to check if user is pro or not. So in our app, I have put is pro user, the users who are pro only the access to this feature. If you want the feature for the starters as well, you can do that as well, right? And I'm also providing the app title. So let's go inside of the code panel and add both of these things. Here in the code panel, I'm going to be adding the types first. So I'll say for is pro user, it will be Boolean, and for app title, it will be a string. Cool. Do we need it in Sandpack inner as well? Yes, I guess we do need it. We'll be passing it from there. So I'll just copy this up and paste it right here. Over here as well is pro user and app title. All right, now let's go back to our code panel right here where we took, or I think we didn't. I'll take is pro user and app title over here, just like that. Now, obviously we need to create the input, right? To click on it and then we can start improvement. So right here is where we are going to be creating it. Let's do that first. Or actually, let me just provide it to over here to Sandpack. So I'll say is pro user and title. So app title. And let's go inside of the Sandpack inner. This is where the main logic will exist. So first of all, we are going to be taking a couple of states over here, which is going to be improve input and show improve input, right? This will decide if we are supposed to show the box or not after clicking on the button. And this will obviously take the input from the user before sending it. Let me just put all of these together right here, something like this. Okay. Now below it, I'm going to be having the logic for sending the handle improve submit. So I'll say handle improve submit. It will have const trim so that we will trim the input, set improve input to empty and show improve input to false after we have, sent it. And we also be needing this on improve, which I forgot to provide to this. So I'll just say on improve, and for the types on improve, just like this. This will also be a part of code panel props, and I'll take it over here on improve. So we need to send it from workspace client, obviously. On improve is simply the handle improve function that we have created. Okay, let's make a use of it. Okay, we need to send it to Sandpack inner as well. Should have actually created a separate component for Sandpack inner, but since it's using, so I thought why not, since it's being used only in this component, let's just keep it over here. Anyways, so yeah, that's the handle improve submit for you. Now let's go on and finally create the UI for it. So we must have left some sort of to do for this. Let's see. Yep, here it is. Improve with AI button. So I'll first of all check if the user is pro. So I'll say is pro user. If that is true, and we need to show the improve input over here. So you can do something like this. If that is true, then I'll render a div for this for showing the input. Otherwise, we are going to be showing a button over here for this thing. So let me just from here to here. If user is not a pro user, so I'll say else, we are going to be adding a button with pricing model wrapping it so that user can upgrade. So we'll have a span tag. So reason for adding span tag is because this already has the button inside of it, else we will nest buttons one inside of the other, and we'll have the improve button over here. Okay, that's fine. So yep, if user is not pro, we're gonna show this. But if user is pro, if they click on this button, if the show improve input is true, we're gonna show the input box right here. Otherwise, we're gonna show the button improve with agent. Okay, let me just actually say improve with agent over here as well. That's fine. Now, inside of this is where the main input will exist. So here for this div, I'll give the class name flex item center gap to be 1.5. Here, first of all, I'll take the input for user to write a prompt. So I'll say autofocus when I click on the button, value to be improve input that we taken, on change, just like we did before. On key down, if it's enter, handle improve submit will be triggered. Otherwise, if it's escaped, we're gonna close it. Placeholder can be what should I improve, and some class name for our input. Okay, below it, we need to have a submit button as well. So I'll say a button, size icon, click handle improve submit. It'll be disabled if improve input does not have anything or is improve is going on. And inside of this, we're gonna show a loader if it's improving and arrow up to send it. Okay. All right. I think that's pretty much it. Why don't we go on and try it out? Hopefully everything works fine. So yeah, you can see we have improve with agent button right here. Let me just wait for it to get load. Yep, it is loaded. I'll click on right here. Yep, you can see it showed me this upgrade model. Let's switch to pro plan. Let's make the payment. There it is. You can see the pro credits have been added right here. I think, you know what, the best thing over here would be to just remove this slash out of 150 credit. This looks very odd. I thought I'll remove it later on, but now it's looking very odd. So let's go to the header and just display whatever credits that user have. So something like this. Yep, there it is. Now let's click on improve with agent, and I'm going to say, again, let's just try the same prompt that we gave the other app. Make it more like a modern SaaS app and press enter. And now you'll notice that it is improving with AI agent, but it's not showing anything over here. That is weird. Also guys, by the way, I've just remembered that we have not used this improve abort controller in handle improve. So just like we used it right here in the handle generate, right? Something like this. We have to do this over here as well. So below this set messages, we are going to say abort controller equals new abort control, something like this. Okay, cool. Yep, now we can see that our app is updating all the different files. This is looking good. Okay, it is updating this overview tab.js as well. Nice. By the way, we can also see that we don't have that box around it anymore. So I guess this should have a div around it from here all the way to right here below this. And for this div, we are going to be giving the class name, min width to be 0, rounded 2XL, rounded top left to be small, etc. Honestly, I preferred it without the box, but if you like it with the box, you can add these as well. So let's see now. Yep, something like this. Let's wait for it to get completed. Also, by the way, I just now noticed that this is improving here is hard coded to false. So is improving will look something like this. Let's save this. So that's why earlier it was not showing it in the message. All right, check this out. This time it did not make more drastic changes, but yeah, it did improved a lot of the UI elements because already Spotify green theme was enough for this website. But yeah, awesome. Now let's quickly go on and add that export feature which provides us with the zip file. All right, so we're gonna be needing to install a package over here. So npm install js zip, and this will enable us to wrap all of our files into a zip file and provide it to the user. Right, let me show you how. So we would need to go inside of codepanel.tsx right here, download zip button, right? So here, let's create the UI for it first. So it's going to be as simple as adding this button over here. That's all. We're just going to be needing one button, right? Obviously these variables and states does not exist right now. Variant to be ghost, size to be small. On click when I trigger this handle export zip function, it will be disabled when is exporting going on or file data is not there. If it is exporting, we're going to show loader 2. Otherwise, the download icon. Now, it depends on you if you want to write export to zip over here or download. I think download is more simplified. That's why I've written download over here. So let's take this state on the top over here, right here. And then we're going to be creating the function const handle export zip. It'll be an asynchronous function, right? So first of all, I'm going to check. If exporting is going on, then return it. Otherwise, set is exporting to true. And then I'll have a try catch block, just like this. Now, we need to gather all of the files that we're supposed to zip over here. So first of all, I'm going to say const files to zip, object.keys, all of the sandpack files. I'll check if they are more than 0. Then we're going to take all the sandpack files. Otherwise, we're going to take them out from the file data.files over here, right? We're going to take out all the dependencies as well to create the package.json file. So dependencies, all the base dependencies plus all the dependencies that have been installed and coming from the backend. Then we're going to initialize JS zip over here, the package that we just now installed. After that, we are going to be using this zip. So let me just import this first. Import it manually, just like this. Okay. Now after this, I'll say zip dot file. And inside of this, we're going to create a package.json first. So package.json. And we're going to create it, create React app style. If you want, you can create it Vite style as well. But this is more standard that like this library supports. Obviously, the standard is Vite nowadays. But yeah, I'm creating it create React app style. So check this out. I've just said json.stringify, provide the name of the app. If you want, you can provide the custom app title over here as well from right here. So I'm going to say if app title is there, then use the app title. Otherwise, we're going to say forge app. Then the version, private true, all the dependencies, scripts, browser list, just a standard package.json file, right? Then after this, we are also going to inject Tailwind CDN into the HTML template. That is the HTML file. So something like this. This is a simple, HTML file just like we have in our React apps. And we have added this script over here. After this, if you want, you can copy it from my Git repo if you don't want to write all of this stuff. After this, we are going to add all generated source files under src folder. So I'll say const file path and file object, and I will loop through this files to zip over here. That is this that we have taken on the top right here, right? Then I'll take out the code for each. So I'll say if type of file object equals object and file object is not null and it is code in file object, that is a code key in file object, then I'll take it out over here and I'll take out the path as well for the file, right? And then I'll say zip.file that path and provide the code for it, right? Finally, in the end, I'll create the index.js just like we have in our apps, just like this, src/index.js, and provide all of the code right here as well. Cool. After that, finally, we are going to be creating a blob and providing it to the user after we have wrapped all of them. So I'll say blob await zip.generate async type blob, a link tag right here. So const url.create object with this blob, and I'll create a link tag by saying document.create element to be a, and then we can simulate a click, right? We're gonna first add the href to the a, then I'll say a.download equals app title. We're gonna name it with whatever our app title is. So app title dot lowercase replace. We're gonna be adding dashes and stuff. Otherwise, we're just going to say forge dash app. console.zip, and we're gonna click on it, right? That's pretty much it. Then in the end, we are going to be adding catch with console.error, and finally set is exporting to false. That's all. Let's save this and let's see if this works or not. So I'll go back to my app, and looks like it's not properly styled right now. You guys can shift this over here to the right side. I'm not gonna go into this, CSS stuff. This also looks good in the middle as well. So if I click on download, check this out. It is downloading. Let's see. If I click on it, yep, we can see all of these files right here inside of it. Awesome. Great. So we have created all of the major features of our app. Now, two things that are remaining is adding the bot protection and shield to our app in proxy.js using Arcjet. And the other thing is creating this projects route, right? So first of all, let's go on and add the protection to our app. All right. So what we want to do is we want to go to our proxy.ts file, and right here before user enters our app, we are going to have some sort of protections here, right? From Arcjet, like for example, a shield. So I'll say const aj equals arcjet. So just like earlier, and inside of this, I'll add my key variable, process.env.arcjet, right? After this, we are going to be writing the rules. That is, we are going to be adding a shield with mode live and detect bot with mode live. And we're going to allow search engine and preview bots like from Vercel. Let me import both of these right here. By the way, I realized it should be an object. I wrote parenthesis over here. Okay, yeah, something like this. Now, after this, we'll check the request properly. So inside of this clerk middleware, I'm going to write const decision equals await aj.protect, and we're going to provide the request to it. If it is denied, then we're going to throw the error that it's forbidden. After that, again, we're going to do the same thing with clerk, and we're going to check if user is signed in or not. And that's pretty much it, right? Simple as that. Let me show you. If I go back to my app and refresh my page, let's go to Arcjet actually. And you can see that we have hit /workspace over here, right? So it shows us all of this information related to it. If anything goes wrong, you will see the changes being made over there. Okay, cool. All right, now we're gonna go and work on our projects page. So if I click on this projects page over here, there we go. It shows 404 because obviously projects page does not exist. So I'll go to my code in app folder inside of this main folder over here, and I'll create a new folder for our projects. And inside this, we are going to render all of our projects, right? So I'll create a new file, page.tsx. RAFCE, I'll say projects page. Now inside this, first of all, I'll check if user is logged in or not. So this will be an server component actually. So I'll import auth from @clerk/next/server, and I'll also import this redirect if user does not exist. Cool. Now we need to write a server action to fetch all of the user projects. But before that, let's create the structure for our page. So over here, I'm going to be having a main tag over here. And inside this main tag, I'm going to be having a div where I'm going to create my header. So this div will have class name, mxauto, max width to be 5xl. And to create our header, we're going to have another div, and inside of it, I'm just simply going to be using our blue title over here. So I'll say blue title and write projects inside of it, and I'll say all your AI generated apps in one place. Below it, I'll have a link tag here, which will take us and to create a new project, right? So import link from next/link, import button from Shadcn UI, and the zap icon, just like this. This will say new project. Let's go on and check. There we go. Something like this. Awesome. All right. So pretty much all we have to do over here is we have to create a server action here inside of actions. I'll create a new file called projects.ts. And here you have to write two actions. One for getting all the workspaces for the current user. Another one for deleting a particular workspace. And if you also want, you can update the title so you can have something like edit workspace, right? So this is something that I'm giving you guys as an assignment. Create both of these server actions and render them in right here, like in this page.tsx over here, right? And obviously, if you're not able to do it, you can check my GitHub repository right here. You can see I've created this page.ts whole server action, and I've also created this projects page over here. So it's pretty straightforward. You can go and check it out. All right. And with that, our whole app has been built. Congratulations. Let's finally go on and deploy this app. So I'm going to go to my GitHub account, and I'm gonna click on this plus icon so that I can push this on a GitHub repository. And by the way, hit that like button if you have made up until this point, and don't forget to subscribe to the channel. Let's move forward. I'm gonna click on new repository right here, and let's name our repository. I'll say Forge, click on create repository. There we go. Let's push our code to GitHub. So I'll say git init. I'll initialize a new Git repository, git add dot to stage everything, git commit dash m, and I'll say preparing for deployment. Actually, I forgot to do one thing. In our package.json file, we have to add a script called post install so that Prisma generates all of the required schema, right? And migration. So before this, I'm going to say git add dot again, and then I'll say git commit preparing for deployment. Here we go. Then finally, I'm going to take this remote origin and add it inside of my app. I'll say git push origin master. Press enter, and yep, there we go. Our app is pushed. Let's check. Yes, it is. Okay, now we need to go to Vercel to deploy it. Also, guys, make sure if you have not added this right here, fluid to be true, make sure to add it because it is required to make, these serverless actions work properly. And let's make sure that I've given it max duration 300 to this one and improve as well, right? Yep, cool. Now I'm gonna click on add new and click on project right here. And since I've already connected my GitHub to this, it will show me all of my repositories just like this. So if I click on import for Forge right here, I would need to add all of my environment variables. So let's go and copy this up. I'll copy all of my environment variables and paste it just like this. There we go. All of them are right here. I'll click on deploy, and there we go. Deployment has started. All right, there we go. It is done. Let's click on it, and it is working flawlessly. Awesome. Now the next step for you guys is to prepare for your front-end interviews. So make sure to click the link in the description down below and enter this coupon code for the maximum discount.